Wow, so cool, Marvane said as he stared admiringly at the projection showing the Everett Shanger swinging its powerful new plasma sword at the Mars. The other kids gathered around to observe the ongoing testing session as well. They were too young to understand the destructive potential of the two amazing Mechs and their weapons, but the incredible light show and release of energies intuitively allowed them to understand that ordinary Mechs could not possibly handle all of this power. My Mech will definitely be more powerful one day, Andrast boasted. My Mech will be stronger than yours, Kyrian insisted. Their parents also became impressed at the results so far. The evaluations given by Patriarch Reginald were encouraging. As a former expert pilot, he deeply understood how much damage a typical expert Mech could endure. Ordinarily, the resonance shields of expert Mechs could withstand a lot more blows. This always made it tedious to overcome the initial defensive layer of a powerful machine. The Scarlet Ember was not a typical weapon for an expert Mech, so it did not follow the rules of one. This was exactly why the Larkinsons were so willing to convert this foreign weapon into their own asset. This is just the start, Vess reminded everyone. Once Venerable Joshua is able to turn the Scarlet Ember into a friend, he should be able to resonate with it with much greater ease, which means its damage amplification will become a lot higher. This would probably take years. For now, the Larkinsons were more interested in the new weapon's inherent power. Not only was its power level still high despite the latest adjustments, the plasma sword also possessed transphasic properties, though not as much as the Neo-Amadeus destroyed transphasic sword. The Scarlet Ember still had enough transphasic qualities to mitigate the effects of transphasic armor systems, and that was what mattered the most. The Everett Shanger managed to give the Mars a powerful massage due to all of these factors, but the expert Mech soon stopped. Joshua gave a warning. My expert Mech has already run through half of its energy reserves. Vess frowned. That was quick. Shall we proceed with the final test, caddies? The woman nodded. Joshua, let's skip the following tests and go right to the end. Activate the Amadeus mode of your new weapon and strike the Mars a final time. All right. From the moment Joshua activated this new mode, the Scarlet Ember's red plasma edge began to grow hotter and brighter. Its glow even turned from red to white. Many sensors detected a substantial surge in power as the plasma sword quickly reached its original level of power. The Everett Shanger couldn't sustain this extreme state for long, so it quickly lunged forward and slashed towards the Mars as if it was flinging a miniature sun. A larger and more dramatic eruption of light and heat took place as the Mars finally had to put a bit more effort into resisting the attack. As the sensors managed to obtain clearer readings again, the Mars looked as unruffled as ever. The Everett Shanger, on the other hand, had already switched off the Scarlet Ember in order to avoid dwindling its remaining energy reserves entirely. The expert Mech could still fight for a minute or two if necessary, but Joshua did not want to burden his living Mech any further. Though Patriarch Reginald's Saint Kingdom was still as strong as ever, those with more discerning eyes could see that it had actually destabilized to a tiny extent. Of course, Reginald quickly remedied this imperfection, but it was already notable that the Everett Shanger was able to put the Mars under slight pressure, given the amazing power disparity between the two masterwork Mechs. Interesting, Vess murmured as he continued to focus on the Mars as opposed to the Everett Shanger and its new weapon. The power of the Scarlet Ember increased by 3 to 4 times. However, the energy it consumed was at least an order of magnitude greater. The Amadeus mode is an extremely inefficient option. Keddies nodded. The Amadeus mode is nothing more than restoring the power setting of the Scarlet Ember to its original parameters. This is how powerful the plasma sword used to be when it was wielded by the Neo-Amadeus. It's not a surprise that the late Saint Jeremiah Gage wielded this sword after he expended his first 2 ones. The plasma weapon is just too hungry for energy. It was definitely designed to function as a finisher, and that is also why I made sure to program this extra feature. The amazing damage potential of that final attack had not reached the standard of an ace Mech, but definitely surpassed a serious blow from a high-tier expert Mech. The price to launch the attack was incredibly high, but the results reluctantly made it worth it as long as it was used in the right conditions. It will be better in the future, Vess predicted. Joshua will experience a lot of growth in the coming decades. Our clan will also be able to gain access to better and more expensive energy cells that can vastly improve the Evertshanger's energy reserves. By then, the Evertshanger can fully showcase the value of the Scarlet Ember. I bet the power of its most serious attack will finally be able to reach the standard of an ace Mech. Before, Vess' only hope of being able to launch an attack of this magnitude was to wait for venerable Davia Stark and the Amaranto to grow up further. Now, the Larkinsons had another option, which significantly relieved a lot of pressure. The Mars handled itself quite well through this session. It's as if it is still in a pristine state. Vess actually paid attention to more than just the Scarlet Ember and the Evertshanger today. His second goal for this testing session was to observe and assess the current state of the Mars. That was why he became so pleased when Patriarch Reginald agreed to help the Larkinsons test the performance of the reformed plasma sword. Not only would Vess be able to figure out the capabilities of the sword, but he would also be able to see how the Mars fared after a few weeks of servicing and after it had settled down as a post-living Mech. Post-living Mech. That was how he decided to call the current state of the Mars. The ace Mech no longer possessed its own independent personality and consciousness after Reginald murdered the life and turned the powerful machine into his own incarnation through sheer willpower. The fact that the Mars retained possession of nearly all of the qualities of a living Mech, aside from the aspect that Vess cared about the most, made it both alive and dead. He had struggled to figure out whether the Mars leaned more towards alive and dead, but never managed to make up his mind. He eventually settled for the term post-living Mech, because it signified that the Mars was still a living Mech in a sense, but had also moved beyond its traditional definition. Regardless, becoming a post-living Mech did not make the Mars any weaker. In fact, it was the opposite. The complete harmony and lack of resistance from the damaged but powerful ace Mech meant that Reginald felt a lot more comfortable in his current vessel. Vess wasn't the only person who noticed how easily the Mars resisted a power attack that could have dealt much more devastating damage against another target. The Mars is still as unbeatable to us as ever, Ketty sighed. If not even the Scarlet Ember in its Amadeus mode can change that, then it will take a long time before our expert Mechs can pose a serious threat against any ace Mech. Vess sighed but nodded in agreement. The pilot is just as important as the Mech and equipment. The expert Mechs of our clan are already substantially more powerful than the pilots they are partnered with. The gap between the power of the expert pilot and the expert Mech has only grown even wider in this case. Joshua and the Evertshanger are like kids trying their best to swing around a massive greatsword like your Bloodsinger. Even if they can barely lift up the weapon, that is different from being able to wield it proficiently. The Mars was powerful not just because of its amazing tech and materials, but also because it was paired with an extremely powerful Mech pilot. Reginald was able to match its strength a lot better. As long as Master Benedict continued to upgrade the Mars with newer tech and better parts in the future, he could ensure that the disparity between pilot and Mech would never grow too wide. It's not cost-effective to upgrade the Evertshanger any further at this stage, Vess concluded. It costs a disproportionate amount of money to give our expert Mechs a boost comparable to this. It's fine if we can plunder powerful weapons from our enemies without paying any money. But if we want to improve our Mechs any further, we will have to spend hundreds of thousands of MTA credits at the very least, and likely more if we want to obtain more serious improvements. Ketties agreed with his sentiment. Let's wait for Joshua and the rest to grow stronger. In any case, my husband is lucky enough to be paired with a masterwork expert Mech, so his growth rate is considerably higher than average. This was the easiest way to resolve the problem facing him and his expert Mech. Once his resonance strength reached the standard of a mid-tier expert Mech, it might be viable to upgrade the Everett Shanger into a high-tier expert Mech. Let's wrap this up, Keddies. In the end, both Vess and Keddies got what they wanted out of this testing session. Keddies confirmed that her husband and his expert Mech gained the power to fight against a high-tier expert Mech. To be honest, the young wife and mother harbored a lot of concerns about Joshua's performance and ability to survive on the battlefield. Letter 1D6 ATEF, letter 1D633, E letter 1D486, letter 1D638, letter 1D486, letter 1D657, letter 1D663, OV letter 1D41E, LC letter 1D5FC, letter 1D62E. His marksmanship was quite good, but his swordsmanship was too basic in her professional eyes. If his Everett Shanger ever fought against a threat comparable to that of the shock shell, the Scorpion Commando, or the Star of Liberation, she did not want Joshua to suffer a worse fate than that of Janzi. The addition of a single powerful weapon did not entirely relieve her concerns, but she at least gained a lot more peace of mind. Vess was happy for the same reasons, but he also became slightly more worried about the excellent performance of the Mars. Turning it into a post-living Mech did not hinder its growth and evolution at all. Vess could already foresee that the Mars in its current makeup would continue to grow at a brisk pace under the influence of its powerful pilot. In fact, Vess expected Reginald and the Mars to grow even faster than before because the fit between the two had increased by a considerable margin. The more Reginald succeeded, the more his actions repudiated Vess' design philosophy, if at least partially. If Vess wanted to defend his ideology and prove that his design philosophy still held value as Mech pilots ascended up the ranks, then he needed to produce a game-changing result with the Dullahan project. He could never allow post-living Mechs to gain superiority over more classical living Mechs. Maybe the answer lies in creating a fourth-order living Mech, Vess speculated. Third-order living Mechs were unprecedentedly aware, intelligent, and alive, but they didn't actually grant that much of a performance boost to their frames. Mech such as the Quint were still standard Mechs if Vess overlooked all of its special effects. The only reason why it was stronger than a typical Bright Warrior was because he and his clan had upgraded its physical parts several times over the years. The fact that it was a third-order living Mech of considerable strength hardly played a role in elevating its specs beyond their technical baselines. Vess saw hope in producing a qualitative difference when he saw that weapons such as the Scarlet Ember and Mechs such as the Neo Amadeus and the Mars became stronger through the process known as willpower baptism. If the spiritual strengths of fourth-order living Mechs became strong enough, would they be able to baptize their physical frames with their power as well? Chapter 43, 62 Unique Advantage. Nothing more exciting happened during the return trip. Testing the new Scarlet Ember for the Everett Shanger was the most visible gain the Larkinson clan had made from its participation in Operation Saturday Market. Of course, the Larkinsons also gained in many other ways. They just weren't as obvious and impactful. A good example would be face water. Aside from extracting varying amounts of face water from the broken wrecks salvaged from the battlefield, the Larkinsons also managed to plunder small quantities of pure face water from Pima Prime V. After several weeks of sorting out the loot and carefully processing the less usable salvage with advanced machinery, the clan finally obtained a tally of how much face water it had added to its vault. 37.2 kilograms. Gavin Newman informed Vess during a morning briefing. That is how much pure and readily usable face water our clan has collected from the previous battle. There are still numerous broken expert Mechs with transphasic parts that we can still send to the graveyard in order to recycle their materials, but don't expect too much change. It is much easier to put face water into a component than to take it out again. I've been told that the method of extraction mastered by our clan is not the most efficient, so there is a lot of waste. Vess knew enough about face water to understand that this was natural. Perhaps the Big Two and the first-rate superstates could increase the yield to 80, 90, or even 100%, but that tech was far out of his reach. It's nice to earn a large chunk of face water from a single operation. He smiled in satisfaction. I hope we can obtain many more kilograms of this stuff once we embark on our trailblazer expedition. The aliens should have accumulated a lot of face water throughout their long reign in their own territories. There are also many opportunities to quickly harvest face water from untouched reserves, Gavin noted. There are already stories about lucky pioneers finding undiscovered deposits that the local alien species haven't been able to detect due to their inferior tech. The chances of that happening should be low, and we don't have the time to stay too long in any single star system. We might as well sell the information to other pioneers in order to earn a quick reward. That is indeed a worthwhile trade. Face water was extremely precious, and even information about any significant deposits of this rare substance was worth a fortune. Do you have any other relevant news to report concerning the plunder that we have collected, Benny? There is nothing further that requires your attention. We have already sorted out the majority of the salvage and loot and have already found buyers for most of it. We expect to earn at least million MTA credits, and likely more than that soon after we return to Davut and dump our excess cargo. There were plenty of cases in the frontier where an isolated pioneering fleet needed to order specialized mining machines or urgently needed high-quality parts to repair their damaged expert mechs. Strong shipping companies had already come into being as a result. They either formed a huge fleet that encompassed thousands of mechs or employed the fastest courier vessels available that were equipped with excellent superdrives. Regardless of their setup, their services were surprisingly reliable, but their prices had reached the level of extortion. Gavin thoughtfully reminded Vess to avoid hoarding money. Aside from giving the Larkinson clan a large reserve of cash that could tide them over a crisis, it wasn't actually doing anything to strengthen the expeditionary fleet. Vess could earn money through many means, but he only had a single life, and so did the rest of his clansmen. He already started to think on how he should spend his windfall. 1 million MTA credits is an astronomical sum, Vess mused. Do you know that the Mechers and Fleeters only earn hundreds of MTA or CFA credits a month? Of course, they have access to countless free benefits, and they also have easier ways to earn merits. But the money that we have earned already makes us superior to first-raters in a sense. Gavin shook his head. He didn't agree with this notion. There is more to status than money, boss. You could be 10 or even 100 times richer and still be inferior to those first-raters. I still envy them a lot even though I am doing well in our clan. There is no need to feel this way. The fact that we are able to earn so much money shows that we are slowly closing the gap. Our clan will become so strong in a century that it will be unrecognizable to ourselves. In fact, I could have never imagined we would have leapt so far when I initially founded our clan. Vess was becoming increasingly more hopeful that his clan would continue to grow rapidly in the coming decades. It might not even take a century for the Larkinson clan to formally transition into a first-class organization. It was with great optimism that the Golden Skull Alliance finally completed its journey back to Davut. The busy port system hardly looked any different compared to when the Larkinsons and their allies left the place. Of course, a lot of locals and visitors showed a lot more respect towards the returning victors. Though the Golden Skull Alliance didn't actually make any strong commitments to the future state centered around this region, many people considered it to be a power that was rooted in Davut. As such, the clear and overwhelming victory attained by the Alliance turned into an achievement that everyone in Davut took pride in. Even foreigners who came from other regions began to take the locals more seriously. This was a rather silly phenomenon to Vess. He paid no attention to all of the incoming messages and gifts that many different people and groups had sent to the Larkinson clan since the main fleet's return. The only instances where he paid more attention was if the other parties offered material help to the clan. The Larkinson clan engaged anyone who was willing to open new trade channels or opportunities to obtain more starships with much more enthusiasm. The willingness of the Larkinsons to engage with local businesses in this manner gave the powers rooted in the port system an even greater degree of confidence that the clan was firmly in their camp. Much to the disappointment of both the Larkinsons and their enthusiastic trading partners, Vess didn't intend to stick around for too long. He not only desired to set off on his trailblazer expedition before he entertained any second thoughts, he also wanted to maximize his chances of finding Lord Pyrion Yoraktavik. The good news was that no one publicized any indication that the missing pioneer had been found. The bad news was that the chances that the Golden Skull Alliance would find any trace of him were slim to none. Already, lots of different pioneers were combing through the border region between Krakatoa and Zelmer. A lot more greedy and ambitious pioneers have ventured to the border region than I predicted. Calabas told Vess after he requested her to update him on the situation. Though there are no solid numbers available, we can infer that over 1,000 human fleets are roaming around in the border regions. The vast majority of them come from second-class powers, but there is also a small but extremely dangerous minority of fleets dispatched by first-class powers. Vess frowned. He did not have much to fear from second raiders, but first raiders were another story. Even if the Mars was strong enough to compete against regular first-class Mechs in a head-on clash, it was anything but simple to make enemies out of groups that were older, wealthier, and more connected than the Larkinson clan. "Will it be risky for us to proceed to this place?" Vess inquired. "There are always risks, Vess. The dangers we may face are greater than before, but the opportunities are also great." "I'm not so sure about that," Calabas. "I'm fine with paying a visit to this border region if it only attracted half as much traffic, but this is starting to turn into a spectacle. I'm sure that more and more pioneering fleets will come as time goes by, so the chances that we enter into hostilities with a third party will continue to increase. Meanwhile, our chances of earning a big reward will dwindle even further." The black-clad spymaster understood the situation just as well as Vess. In fact, she possessed an even greater comprehension of all of the chaos that had descended on the border region. Despite knowing how many pioneering fleets had already fallen or left in disgrace, Calabas still did not give up on this initiative. Her lips curled into a smirk. "Before you hesitate any further, let me remind you that our chances of success are far greater than anyone else's. While it is true that the risks are great, your assessment on how likely it is that we are able to find Lord Pyrion Yoraktavik is seriously flawed. This is because we possess an advantage that just happens to be perfect for missing person cases." "Oh, what is this killer solution that you are talking about?" "The fact that you don't have a clue shows that you are still letting your biases override your good sense." Calabas snorted. "It's the Great Prophet. Have you forgotten all about your favorite robed friend Ilvain?" "Ilvain is not my friend. He's a design spirit, I think." Even though Vess said that, he already began to think about whether he could leverage Ilvain's predictive capabilities to succeed where thousands of other pioneers have failed. He suddenly found out that this was a viable option as long as Lord Pyrion didn't possess any weird or special protection against spiritual prediction abilities. Vess paused and concentrated his mind for a moment. He directly made contact with Ilvain and silently inquired whether it was possible for the design spirit to find the individual in question. The response made him satisfied. "Well, Vess, we can do it." Vess grinned as he relaxed his mind and opened his eyes again. "There are too many light years between Davut and the border region, so Ilvain isn't powerful enough to lock onto our mission objective's coordinates. However, the design spirit told me that it should be possible for him to sense the vague direction of the missing lordling as long as we reach the approximate region. The closer we get to the fellow, the more precisely Ilvain can determine the direction. You see now, Vess, we can succeed where many others can only fail. The only factor that is working against us is time. The more we are delayed, the greater the chance that Lord Pyrion will suffer a mishap, or worse, is found by one of our many rivals. We need to hurry up and depart as soon as possible. You don't need to remind me. It shouldn't take more than a few days to conclude all of our outstanding trades and such. The only interesting transaction that Vess was interested in was how he planned to spend a huge portion of the windfall profits generated from selling so much loot. Though the Larkinson clan already invested a lot of money on additional spare parts for its expert mechs and such, Vess could still splurge on other powerful goodies. Vess didn't know whether he should invest the money in high-grade exotics, powerful mech equipment, or high-end ship modules. He could even use his money to buy stock in several important companies that the Larkinson clan might want to develop a long-term partnership with. The benefits from these investments weren't much at first, but that would certainly change in the future. Chapter 43, 63 Super Devices. The Larkinson clan, along with its allies, earned a huge windfall of money, face water, and other resources from raiding Pima Prime. It was enough to raise its strength by a small but noticeable margin. Vess spoke with General Verl and others to discuss how they could best convert their liquid assets into real benefits that could increase their chances of surviving the new frontier. We can spread the money around and use it to buy large amounts of goods, but it will be hard for anyone to notice the difference, General Verl told him over the comm. It can also take weeks for us to purchase and ship all of the extra goods from many different vendors. Given the short time frame available to us, I suggest that we should focus on investing in a single, powerful product that can massively improve a specific capability of our expeditionary fleet. The general's argument was sound. I suppose you already have an idea on what we should buy. Am I correct? Yes, sir. Let us consider our situation. We are about to embark on the Trailblazer expedition in earnest. This will take us far away from Davut and other bastions of civilization and bring us to lawless regions of space where piracy, rivalries, alien incursions, and even pockets of hazardous anomalous regions can overtake our fleet. Most serious battles that may occur during these encounters will pit us against technologically or biologically advanced adversaries. What sort of measure can we take that can ease our pressure? Vess rubbed his smooth-shaven chin. Shem. At first, I thought about giving a mech like the Amaranto a massive upgrade, but it is difficult to increase its combat effectiveness considering that its instrument of vengeance rifle is already powerful. If we want to increase our ability to defeat many different threats, we should probably go for a more universally applicable boost. Those are my thoughts as well, General Verl concurred. This is why I have instructed my staff to inquire with the local tech companies in Davut whether they have developed any tools that can help our fleet deal with the more troublesome enemies. We have obtained information on many different experimental and prototypical products that may or may not fit our needs. Each of them promise drastic effects, but what they all have in common is that they cost an astronomical amount of money and face water to obtain. That interested Vess. After cooperating with several different development companies over the past 5 years, he had become quite familiar with their operations and their activities. Companies such as Melman Advanced Systems engaged in a dozen or more R&D projects. The smaller and more practical projects usually centered around developing mature and commercial-oriented products that were relatively cheap, efficient, and reliable. Then, there were the more radical and fanciful projects that were much more ambitious. The success rate of these projects rarely hovered past 20%, which meant that the companies could easily waste hundreds of thousands of MTA credits, as well as multiple kilograms of face water on failed research. Though the companies could compensate for those massive losses by using the lessons they learned on completing the few daring projects that just happened to be viable and earn a huge amount of profit as a result. There was no doubt that the barrier to entry was prohibitively high. The biggest problem these companies faced was obtaining the massive amount of face water needed to sustain their ambitious research projects. No matter whether they succeeded or not, it was inevitable that they would use up a lot of face water. This was why the development companies had become so welcoming to the Larkinson clan after it had returned from the Purgatory campaign. Anyone who possessed a massive amount of face water and conveyed the willingness to trade this resource turned into their favorite customers. Vess just recalled that his clan managed to plunder at least 37.2 kilograms of face water from Pima Prime. Since his clan did not expect to receive such a massive haul, there were no special reasons why he should hold on to this stash. Aside from reserving a sufficient quantity to support the development of the Dullahan project, he was more than willing to spend the remainder on a powerful combat asset. "So what do you have for me, General?" "Our scientists and engineers have filtered out the more dubious and impractical inventions from the list. They have also left out the products that are too large and complicated to manufacture in a short amount of time. That leaves us with only a handful of options, but we have thoroughly vetted each of them to ensure that they will deliver on their promises." The general proceeded to present the inventions to Vess one by one. A projection of a large, cube-shaped machine appeared into view. The first tool is the SBM, which stands for Super Phase Monitor. It is a new long-range face water detection machine developed by Rissman, an institution that we have never conducted business with before. General Verl introduced. "We already have plenty of face water detection devices in our fleet. They are mandatory equipment to every pioneering fleet." "That is true, sir, but the equipment we have are fairly standard products that do not give us a competitive advantage. Their effective ranges vary depending on environment, interference, and many other factors. But even our best detectors will struggle to pick up face water past 8 kilometers, unless if there is a lot of solid matter in the way." Vess nodded in understanding. He learned enough about face water to know that searching for it was an ordeal in itself. Basically, most prospectors had to perform carpet searches in areas suspected to contain face water deposits. This was a tedious and extremely time-consuming activity for both aliens and humans. The only exception appeared to be the mysterious phase whales. There were rumors that their sensitivity towards face water was so high that they could even detect a deposit on the other side of a star system. "I take it this SBM breaks the mold of the face water detectors that are generally available on the market, or else you wouldn't have bothered to bring it up to me," Vess guessed. "That's correct, sir. What makes Rissman special is that it is founded by several technical universities. Numerous professors and researchers form cross-disciplinary R&D teams, allowing the relatively new institute to engage in more advanced research that ordinary development companies cannot engage in for many reasons. It is through these efforts that the researchers of Rissman succeeded in producing a breakthrough. The new SBM can detect face water from up to 44 kilometers away. What is better is that this is only a first-generation product. If Rissman continues to iterate on the design, there is hope that this range can be extended in the future." Vess widened his eyes. Compared to ordinary detectors, 44 kilometers was a massive improvement. While the SBM wasn't capable of detecting and identifying the coordinates of every face water deposit on an entire planet, the true value of this super detector was to make it easier to detect face water in underground deposits. The only reason why Vess didn't pounce on this fantastic new invention was because he didn't really want to turn his Trailblazer expedition into a full-time face water harvesting operation. "I'm certainly interested, but the SBM can only indirectly improve our strength by allowing us to collect more face water," he eventually told the general. "That is not entirely true, sir. The SBM can be useful in other situations as well. It can detect the passage of objects in warp travel at much longer distances, depending on how extensively space is being warped. It can precisely evaluate how much face water is contained in a Mech or starship. It can help us detect cloaked Mechs and vehicles, as long as they are carrying face water. It can even be used to detect and precisely identify the coordinates of the entrances of hidden phase whale enclaves or other pocket spaces, though Rissman has warned us that this capability has never been tested. Vess looked intrigued. Ah, I see. Information is power. A detection device as advanced and versatile as the SBM can truly provide us with massive help in the deep frontier as long as Rissman's boasts turn out to be true. I think it will definitely be necessary for us to procure a super detector such as the SBM sooner or later. I don't know whether it is necessary for us to obtain it now, though. One of the concerns he possessed was that early generation products were known to provide relatively mediocre performance at insane prices. If the Larkinson clan was willing to be patient and wait for a decade or so, the development cycle might progress to a point where Rissman was able to release a face water detector that was 10 times cheaper, but nonetheless offered similar performance. You don't need to decide now, sir. Let me bring up the remaining options so that you have the information that you need. The projection of the SBM made way for another projection that displayed a different machine. This is the gravity net, an experimental new warp inhibitor developed by one of our more familiar partners. Morton Tech has invested big in developing devices that can disrupt or solidify the fabric of space to prevent Mechs, starships, and even missiles from sneaking up to their targets at speeds that make it impossible to intercept them. While many companies have already developed different warp inhibition and warp interdiction devices, the gravity net is special for several different reasons. What is the gravity net's effective range? Vess curiously asked. That depends, but Morton Tech guarantees that it can block all undesirable warp travel activity within a radius of 30 kilometers. Though 30 kilometers sounded a lot, it was far from impressive in the context of space battles. The Golden Skull Alliance already possessed similar devices that were able to do their jobs at similar ranges. I suppose there is more to it than that, Vess said while looking expectantly. Right. The gravity net may only be able to extend so far, but Morton Tech guarantees that the inhibition effect is extremely strong. Normally, powerful warp drives that have used up a large amount of face water can break the blockade by relying on brute force. The gravity net incorporates tens of kilograms of face water itself, depending on the exact model, so even powerful ace mechs should struggle to activate warp travel within its range. Now that sounded a lot more interesting. The Battle of Pima Prime had fully showcased the horror of mechs, such as the Mars and the Neo Amadeus. The thought that a hostile ace mech could quickly arrive within the heart of the Larkinson Navy and demolish crucial ships, such as the Spirit of Bentheim, in an instant, was a nightmare to Vess and many Larkinsons. Though a strong inhibition field that was only effective within a 30-kilometer radius would not slow down an ace mech that much, even a minute or two of advance warning might be enough to save the expeditionary fleet. What else is special about the gravity net? Vess asked as he became more interested in this cutting-edge product. You can exert much more control over the warp inhibition effect, General Verl replied. Due to the special way it exerts its effect as a net rather than a field, the gravity net can be used to selectively forbid warp travel for enemy mechs and ships, while allowing friendly ones to take full advantage of their combat drives or warp drives. What this means is that within a 30-kilometer range of this device, our forces will enjoy an absolute mobility advantage. What? This was an astounding claim. If the Larkinson clan had access to the gravity net during the Battle of Pima Prime, then Vess was certain that the Scorpion Commando would have never been able to fell the Shield of Samur. This was because once the Scorpion Commando got close enough, it would have never been able to catch up to the Shield of Samur and the Promethea. The gravity net might not be effective against distant targets, but as long as the Larkinsons fought within their own security perimeters, they would enjoy a massive defensive edge. Chapter 43, 64 Astronomical Purchase. General Verl and his staff truly had an eye for excellent devices. Vess already fell in love with the features of the SPM and the gravity net. Both of them were new. Both of them were insanely costly to build. Both of them offered strong capabilities that could substantially strengthen the expeditionary fleet. If he had a choice, Vess would have wanted to obtain both of them, but that was way too extravagant. He had always insisted on showing restraint in his spending. It was okay to splurge every once in a while, but he would always make sure that he never exceeded his budget. This was no different. The latest gains afforded the Larkinson clan enough room to exchange a single super device. Though General Verl informed him that it was possible to obtain lesser versions of the SPM and the gravity net at the same time, Vess immediately rejected this compromise option. The strength and the effective ranges of the neutered versions of those products did not impress Vess that much. It was better to obtain the strongest iterations of one of them in order to produce the greatest possible impact on the battlefield. "What else is available?" he asked as he was ready to hear about the next super device. "Melman Advanced Systems has also worked on a product that might interest you. It has done extremely well as of late, and we have contributed much to its success. Professor Nihi Almer has therefore let us in on a secret project that she has personally been working on for the last 3 years. While she wasn't able to share too many details in order to prevent premature leaks, she was generous enough to give us a couple of hints." Vess grew curious. Although Melman Advanced Systems was not as big and capable as other rivals such as Morton Tech, it was still a decent player in the tech industry. It could probably support at least one ambitious research project. "So what did you learn?" "Well, her new invention is oriented towards defense. It offers much greater protection than ordinary products, but the demand for face water is massive." "What is the scale of this new defensive tool?" Vess inquired. "Is it designed for Mechs or for starships?" General Verl frowned for a moment. "Professor Nihi didn't give us a solid answer, but I can guess from the context of the discussion that it is likely applicable to starships. It makes the most sense. A lot of developers such as Truvek Defenses have already invented strong defensive systems such as the Abbasi's armor. Melman does not have the scientists and resources to top these products. It makes more sense for the smaller company to focus on less saturated product categories. Improving the defenses of starships was just as important as enhancing the defenses of Mechs, but the difference was that the latter was a lot more affordable due to the smaller scale. This was why R&D institutions did not prioritize research projects centered around the former. The idea was that they should first establish successful implementations with regards to Mechs before trying to transplant the same working principles to starships. While this was a logical approach, the downside was that not a lot of companies offered effective products related to protecting starships at this early stage. "How effective is this new defensive measure?" Vess inquired. "That is a bit uncertain since Melman has never built a prototype, despite completing all of the main research and design work. The company can't muster up the huge amount of face water needed to build a working example. However, Professor Nihi was adamant that her invention would be a game changer for us. She makes it sound as if we can take advantage of this new defensive measure to resist attacks from alien warships for an extended amount of time." Vess was willing to believe that claim. Melman never fooled around, and it had always been thorough in calculating and simulating all of its experimental designs. Besides, even if the actual defensive product was rather shoddy, the huge amount of face water put into it should still be able to generate a strong effect. "Do you have any other details about this new defensive tool?" "I'm afraid not, sir. We can speculate a lot, but none of our guesses are reliable." Vess became a bit frustrated at the lack of information. The Larkinson clan possessed a 7.75% stake in Melman, but that still wasn't good enough for him to learn about this classified project. He waved his hand. Forget it then. I'm sure that Melman will be able to astound the market with its new Starship defensive systems in the following decade or so, but right now it is not necessary for us to jump in first. General Verl introduced a couple more experimental products developed by different research institutes, but none of them sounded as compelling as the ones mentioned earlier. It was still useful for Vess to hear about what the development companies were working on these days. He was surprised at how much progress the researchers had made. He also became impressed with the variety of facewater applications that would soon be available to the market. Vess shook his head. This was not the time for him to indulge in all of those exotic possibilities. With the Trailblazer expedition right in front of him, he needed to maintain his cool and focus on what could provide his fleet with the most useful and effective boost. It did not take too long for him to make up his mind. I'm really attracted by the SBM and the gravity net, he told the general. Detection and warp travel inhibition are both essential. However, if I have to make a choice, I would rather go for the gravity net. General Verl did not look too surprised at his decision. The gravity net is a solid choice. If it truly works as Morton Tech has promised, you can't go wrong with it. We still have to discuss how much facewater is required to make it, and how much facewater we have to pay as commission. We also have to pay an astronomical amount of money to help Morton Tech pay for all of the high-grade materials needed to build this advanced tool. Leave it to the professionals, Vess said. I'm not afraid of investing 10 or 20 kilograms of facewater for a good product, but I don't want our clan to get ripped off. Our negotiators should make sure that the facewater fee is not too excessive. We are already paying a lot to turn ourselves into voluntary test subjects. There is a limit to how much these development companies should be able to exploit our clan. The Larkinson clan worked quickly after this meeting. As a regular customer, Morton Tech already began by offering plenty of sincerity with regards to its new gravity net. The main iteration of this new R&D project demanded 26.5 kilograms of facewater. This was a hefty amount of facewater and would eat away much of the gains from Pima Prime. However, Vess already expected this and did not object to it. What he did have a problem with was how much Morton Tech tried to charge for this commission. 5 kilograms of facewater is too much, Vess complained. We are testing the gravity net on behalf of Morton Tech. Not only are we working with unstable and untested technology, we have also agreed with the concession to share all of its usage data to the greedy researchers. The least they could do is thank us for trialing their new gravity net in the field. In the end, the Larkinson negotiators managed to reduce the commission fee to 3 kilograms. This was still a hefty amount, but Vess and the clan had little choice. The Larkinsons were crucially aware that Morton Tech needed enough incentives to continue to provide technical support to the clan. If the researchers at Morton Tech developed the impression that the Larkinsons were generous people, the developers of the gravity net would show a lot more enthusiasm in debugging and updating the device over time. The Larkinson clan soon transferred 29.5 kilograms of facewater, as well as 650,000 MTA credits to Morton Tech. Both sums were dazzlingly high to Vess. A lot of people in the clan who found out about this matter issued a lot of complaints. The clan could have invested this money in all kinds of improvements that could strengthen the Larkinson army as a whole or substantially increase the quality of life of the civilians in the fleet. Vess paid no notice to these complaints. General Verl and many other leaders thought it made a lot of sense to purchase the gravity net. Weaker threats generally didn't employ much facewater, so they could easily be defeated through the clan's existing means. It was the bigger and stronger enemies that started to make use of a lot of facewater. Being able to inhibit their warp travel functionality, as well as a couple of other effects, was immensely valuable in battle. Vess partially regretted that his fleet didn't have a gravity net on hand in the last battle. The shield of Samur probably wouldn't have suffered a massive calamity if the Scorpion Commando lost its ability to engage in warp travel. Then again, without the shield of Samur's death, Vess would have never come up with the Dullahan project. The current situation was actually a lot better to Vess as a Mech designer, because he finally became inspired to work on a potentially groundbreaking project that could finally push his design philosophy forward. Losing one expert Mech was already bad enough, though. His clan really couldn't afford to lose more of them in quick succession. In any case, now that the Larkinson clan had made a deal with Morton Tech, the latter promised to supply a working version of the gravity net within a week. Though this would delay the departure of the expeditionary fleet by a couple of days, this was more than an acceptable trade-off. Vess was surprised that it didn't take a month to fabricate such an amazingly complex machine. It turned out that Morton Tech had already built the main chassis as well as many other components several months ago. The only parts it needed to make and put into the machine were the most expensive ones that demanded lots of face water or extremely expensive high-grade materials. Time quickly passed by and Vess, and many others waited for the completion of their order. In the end, an armored transport escorted by hundreds of the Avatar, Mech slowly lifted off from the surface of Davut Roman 7 and approached one of the fleets in orbit. A special crew of engineers and other specialists carefully transferred the precious cargo from the transport to the hangar bay of the Spirit of Bentheim. After the Larkinsons removed the protective packaging, Vess and many other Larkinson finally laid eyes on their latest super gadget. "So this is the Gravity Net AXR-01. Vess spoke with a breathless voice. "It looks uglier than I thought." Morton Tech clearly didn't have aesthetics in mind when they designed this iteration. Only function was important. The result was that the gravity net turned into a large Mech-sized machine that looked as if a lot of bent tubes were wrapping around a cube. A lot of unknown and unfamiliar components were visible as well. Each of them could be tweaked, removed, or replaced in order to change the performance of the gravity net, but the Larkinsons received strict warning from Morton Tech not to mess around. "I wonder if this gravity net is strong enough to catch a phase whale," Vess idly wondered. Gloriana snorted. "You're dreaming if you think this tool can trap a phase whale. The mature ones have accumulated a lot more face water than was put into the gravity net. I think the creatures should easily be able to break the net by relying solely on their massive strength." "I guess you're right, but I can always dream." Chapter 43, 65 Strong Net. The Golden Skull Alliance finally set off for the deep frontier. Though the border region between the Krakatoa Middle Zone and the Zelmer Upper Zone was not that deep into uncharted territory, it was still along the route to the more exciting parts of the Red Ocean. In any case, it looked as if the Golden Skull Alliance was one of the many parties that was willing to try its luck and see whether it would be lucky enough to stumble upon Lord Pyrion by luck. Practically no one imagined that the Larkinson clan possessed an incredibly effective means of homing on the missing first-class lordling's actual coordinates. It wasn't even that difficult to figure it out. The Larkinson clan's association with Prophet Ilvain was a matter of public record. The Ilvainans that utilized the Mech that Vess had especially designed for them even demonstrated astounding feats that they could have never pulled off through ordinary technological means. Yet despite the fact that all of the clues were out in the open, no one managed to connect the dots and directed any extra attention to the Golden Skull Alliance. "It's too unreal," Calabas told him when he shared his doubts about this matter. "We rarely made a big show out of Ilvain's powers. The Sand War happened a long time ago and in an entirely different galaxy. Perhaps those who were directly involved in the battles against the Sandmen may be aware of the effectiveness of Ilvain's prophetic abilities, but those survivors are all third-raters and most likely stuck in the Komodo star sector." "I see. Letter 1D627R, E, letter 1D638, E, letter 1D44F, letter 1D48F, letter 1D490, V letter 1D486L, letter 1D450, letter 1D630, letter 1D662. The only way to figure out the truth was to go by third-party accounts. A lot of those stories and news articles sounded so exaggerated and fantastical that it was hard for a stranger to believe it was all true. In short, the chances that others would immediately figure out that the Larkinson clan possessed the ability to home in on Lord Pyrion Yoral Tavik should be negligible. Calabast wasn't finished, though. Suppose we enter the border region and head directly to the star system, where Lord Pyrion is presumably hiding. Once we take him out and return him to the custody of the Yoral Tavik clan, a lot of people will begin to question how we were able to succeed where others have failed. Oh, that can be a problem. Vess frowned. It can be incredibly dangerous for us to expose our ability to find different people, assuming that our upcoming attempt succeeds. We will have to act more circumspect in order to deflect suspicion. Calabast nodded. That is what I wanted to bring up with you. We shouldn't be too obvious and direct about our actions. I suggest that our fleet should take a more meandering route that makes it seem as if we are doing what everyone else is doing. Once we finally reach the star system, where Lord Pyrion resides, we should pick him up as quietly as possible and gradually make our way out of the region. It will be difficult to keep it all a secret, Vess guessed. As long as proof of Lord Pyrion's retrieval leaks to the public, we will probably get swarmed by hundreds of pioneering fleets. There is no way we can survive so much attention. The spymaster still maintained a confident demeanor. I don't think our situation is as bad as it sounds. We have several advantages that we can rely upon to maintain secrecy and bring Lord Pyrion away as soon as possible. We just need to make good plans and be observant enough to make changes on the fly, depending on how the situation develops. If others find out, we can always toss him away and let the other pioneers fight over returning him to the Yoral Tavik clan. I suppose you're right. The leaders of the clan were already forming a lot of plans on how they should handle this upcoming task. There was no need for Vess to provide his input, so he was free to spend his time on other matters. For example, he met up with Cormont Hempcamp and confirmed that he had succeeded in recruiting a bunch of apprentice Mech designers that obtained special certificates from the MTA. The new design team formed by these apprentices would soon be ready to help with upgrading the neural interfaces of every Larkinson Mech design. Vess also checked up on the installation of the new gravity net. The highly competent crew of engineers and other specialists had cleared out a highly protected compartment deep inside the interior of the spirit of Bentheim. There were high requirements to the use of the experimental device. The gravity net not only had to be protected against external damage and shocks, but it also needed access to a huge power supply. This was also one of the reasons why the Larkinson clan decided to install this powerful device in the flagship. The spirit of Bentheim possessed a lot of power generators in order to meet the demand of her powerful superfabs and other production machines. Vess and many others in the fleet paid close attention to the first live tests of the new gravity net. In order to minimize the chances of accidents, the Larkinsons made extensive preparations. The spirit of Bentheim had to separate herself from the rest of the fleet by several hundred kilometers. The factory ships many expensive production machines, and other equipment were buttoned down. A lot of non-essential crew members and civilian residents temporarily moved away from the factory ship. Though these measures introduced a lot of inconveniences, it was better to safe than sorry. Fortunately, the initial testing session was a resounding success. Researchers and developers working for Morton Tech witnessed and monitored the performance of the gravity net from remote. Their input had been crucial in solving the minor glitches and inconsistencies in the initial activation of this powerful device. When the gravity net became active and began to exert its influence in the surrounding space, the space around the spirit of Bentheim didn't look any different. Vess had to look at a simulated image in order to figure out that the factory ship had generated a large and invisible spatial net around her hull. The density of the nets was extremely high at close range, but this rapidly dropped the further away from the new device. In truth, the 30-kilometer range was just a loose estimate. The actual truth was that the net could still be effective at inhibiting warp travel at 50 kilometers or even 100 kilometers, as long as the target's warp travel power wasn't too high. Numerous different mechs and starships cautiously strayed into the spatial net and began to initiate warp travel at various ranges. The results largely matched the promises of Morton Tech. The device pretty much worked as expected, and any deviations between expectations and reality were well within acceptable range. When the gravity net worked at full power, the spirit of Bentheim would definitely struggle to keep it running, while at the same time providing sufficient energy to her shield generators. However, the effect was astounding. None of the Larkinson expert mechs equipped with minidrives were able to engage warp travel at all. The exact ranges where they could no longer speed up their own flight differed by the face water and other properties of the minidrives, but none of them were able to employ vastly superior mobility in the vicinity of the flagship. The same applied to starships, equipped with warp drives and superdrives. It turned out that these vessels were even more sensitive to the restrictions produced by the gravity net. They could be inhibited hundreds of kilometers away due to the relatively modest amount of face water integrated by their drives. Essentially, the amount of face water put into a target is the most important variable that determines the effectiveness of the gravity net, Vess concluded. This pattern had massive implications to the Larkinson clan and the Golden Skull Alliance. The most immediate one was that poorer enemies would probably suffer immensely. Even richer opponents had to take care not to stray too close to the spirit of Bentheim. This became abundantly clear when the Mars ventured closer to the factory ship under warp. The Ace hybrid mech's advanced Pulsar V, one transphasic flight system developed by the Godwin Institution, ran smoothly until it came closer to the 30-kilometer bubble that surrounded the spirit of Bentheim. As soon as it passed an invisible border, the warp bubble generated by the Pulsar V1 fizzled out and threw the Mars back into normal space. What? This is impossible. Patriarch Reginald thought that he and his ace mech were strong enough to partially resist the spatial net. Even if the Mars was unable to maintain its warp bubble through its own means, the support from Reginald's strong force of will should have been able to keep the powerful mech free and unburdened. Unfortunately, the density of the web was so high at this point that not even Reginald's stubbornness could will the inhibition effect away. Amazing. So ace mechs can't do everything after all. How disappointing. The only reason why the Mars can't warp around anymore is because its transphasic flight system is fairly weak. It was originally designed for high-tier expert mechs and doesn't match the standard for an ace mech. Whether that last argument was true or not, it was conceivable that the gravity net would still remain effective to mechs with even stronger warp travel solutions. Vess already looked forward to putting this new super device to good use. Whether the next enemies were human mechs or alien monstrosities, none of them should be able to resist the effect of the gravity net. The initial test of the gravity net produced a lot of data and made the researchers of Morton Tech extremely happy. They had already promised the Larkinsons that they would analyze the data and propose various tweaks to optimize and improve the performance of the gravity net. After handling all of this excitement, the expeditionary fleet soon returned to normal, though Patriarch Reginald spent a lot more time on trying to figure out a way to break the inhibition effect. Vess, on the other hand, went back to his original job, which was designing mechs. He and the other journeymen of the Larkinson clan had all focused on completing the remaining batch of design projects while simultaneously preparing for the next design round. Vess had spent a fair amount of time on preparing for the design of his first expert stealth mech. I don't want to design a generic stealth mech at the expert mech level, he told Gloriana during a design session. I want it to be able to sneak up to other expert mechs and stab them in the back without giving them a chance to repel the attack. You're asking for a lot, Gloriana responded. Expert pilots are too good at detecting threats even if they aren't visible. Their intuition is so unreasonably good that most expert mechs that rely on advanced stealth technology to get close simply get found out too soon. This is also the reason why many of them tended to be equipped with powerful ranged weapons instead. It is easier for them to pull off an assassination strike when they can maintain their distance from their targets. Staying away also helps with preventing damage, as mechs equipped with stealth systems are much more fragile than normal. I already know that, but I don't think we need to stick to this pattern. Venerable Zimro Belson is proficient in both ranged and melee combat, but he is particularly strong in the latter. It would be best if we can design an expert mech for him that performs similar to an expert light skirmisher in combat, but is also equipped with a highly capable cloaking system. His wife did not have much confidence in this idea. The fault tolerance of such a mech is low even if we make use of face water technology. It can take only a couple of mistakes to doom Venerable Zimro. Are you sure you want to take this route? I'll have to talk with Venerable Zimro in order to make sure, but I am confident that he will be interested in this idea. Chapter 43, 66 in a Camp. The latest design round came to a conclusion. The design department hadn't actually published a lot of groundbreaking new design projects this time. As the Larkinson clan began to build up its mech catalog, an increasingly greater proportion of design work consisted of updating existing designs, especially the ones geared towards the mech market. Old and familiar mech lines, such as the Crystal Lord, the Doom Guard, and the all-popular Desolate Soldier, had all proven to be profitable under different circumstances. Though there was never any certainty that adapted versions of these mech designs might still do well in the Red Ocean, the LMC at least possessed a much greater understanding of their performance, appeal, and customer base. By applying the lessons the LMC learned back in the Yena Star cluster to the Red Ocean, Vess and many other business-oriented Larkinsons hoped that their mech company could replicate their past success. So far, the results of reintroducing old designs in newer coats were generally positive. A good mech always remained a good mech no matter where it was sold. As long as the design department altered the tech, material composition, and other specific design factors to better fit the regional markets, the market reception was always at least decent. Models with proven formulas therefore gained new life in an entirely different galaxy, with a vastly more diverse customer base. Vess always smiled when he saw mercenary outfits, security companies, and even rival pioneering organizations field familiar-looking mechs, such as the Doom Guard Mark Roman II version B and the Desolate Soldier Mark Roman II version B. These modernized second-class adaptations of the original designs joined the ranks of the ferocious Piranha Mark Roman III version B and the Hymenoptera as the LMC's mainstay commercial offerings. Nowadays, the Living Mech Corporation raked in a monthly income that always exceeded 50,000 MTA credits. What was even better for Vess was that his ownership in the LMC was finally about to rise from 59% to 71%. His lips curled into a satisfied grin. The successful conclusion of Operation Saturday Market meant that Master Olson was willing to give back almost all of the shares that she had obtained through murky means. His former master never contacted him directly, likely because she was afraid that any direct communication between the two might leak out. But the Larkinson clan had already received a discreet message that Carmen Olson would eventually find a way to pass on the shares without connecting this transfer to the recent attack on Pima Prime. Vess knew exactly why the Friday men were so eager to please him. They did not hesitate to pass on a substantial amount of shares from a booming mech company that was only becoming more lucrative over time. They are afraid of you, Minister Sheddarin Purnus told Vess. There was no way for Vess to enforce the informal deal that he had made with the weaker coalition partners of the Friday Coalition. However, he had leverage. As long as leaked word about his meeting with Tristan Wesseling to the Gage dynasty, the Carnegie Group, the Vermeer Group, the Vanguard Group, and the Puffer clan would definitely get into a lot of trouble. Even if the Gage dynasty already guessed that its own coalition partners had stabbed it in the back, there was still a massive difference between suspicion and confirmation. This was why the people behind Tristan moved quickly to reassure and placate Vess. It looks as if the conspirators are willing to accept a huge loss in order to buy your silence, but this transaction goes deeper than that. Minister Sheddarin continued to explain. The Carnegies and company don't want to be your enemies anymore. Now that you have secretly fulfilled their mission, the relationship between us and them has undergone profound changes. In what way, Sheddarin? Do you still consider the Friday Coalition as a whole to be our enemies? Vess had to pause for a moment in order to form a proper answer. I guess not. I mean, those weaker coalition partners aren't that bad. The Carnegies and the Vermeers have never done much to target us specifically, and it is clear that they don't want to generate any trouble. I'm willing to give them, and their buddies a break as long as they leave me and my clan alone. Minister Sheddarin smiled. The only coalition partner that we truly have a feud with is the Gage dynasty. The way the Friday Coalition is divided means that it is relatively easy for the other coalition partners to distance themselves from the Gaugers. Right now, the greatest concern of the conspirators is to ensure the new status quo takes hold. Returning most of the shares of the LMC to you is not just about trying to buy our silence, but also about trying to buy our goodwill. Vess scratched his head. Okay, I can understand that, but what about the Hex Federation? We are still allies with the Hexers. We have supplied a number of powerful living Mech models to the Hex army, which its soldiers use to good effect against the Friday colonies. If the weaker coalition partners think that a bribe is enough to stop me from increasing my influence over the Hexers, then they will be sorely disappointed. I am sure the diplomats over there are aware of this dynamic. The Carnegies and so on don't expect you to bend over backwards for them. They just want you to go about your business and move on as much as possible. All of this politics sounded increasingly more abstruse to Vess. Times were much simpler when he simply regarded the entire Friday Coalition as his enemy. Vess shook his head. They don't have to worry. I am no longer thinking about this old conflict at all anymore. The Hexers can take care of themselves, especially now that the Friday colonies has taken a major hit. I'm more interested in the Trailblazer expedition, to be honest. Do you have any special news related to our current mission? Many developments have taken place, but none of them are relevant to us, Sheddarin replied. The usual conflicts have occurred, though it is hard for two different pioneering fleets to be able to get close to each other. Even if they do have an opportunity to start a fight with each other, they usually do not do so because there are many downsides. However, the rare fights that do take place are already starting to produce ripple effects throughout the region. Some pioneers have made a lot of gains, while others have disappeared entirely. The longer this affair goes on, the more the power structure in the surrounding zones will become disarrayed. How does that affect us directly? Vess asked with a concerning frown. There are many possible ways that this increased turbulence can affect us. For example, more and more feuds between different parties will form in the following weeks and months. The demand for combat mech will rise, which means that our LMC will likely experience a further boom in business. I take it that there are a lot of negative consequences as well. That is correct, Vess. I do not think I need to mention the risk of making new enemies when we travel through the border region. We may be able to avoid this as long as we control our movements and show enough diplomacy during our communications. However, there is no way we can reason with everyone, Vess stated. Exactly. While the presence of Patriarch Reginald and the Mars will ensure that most pioneers will not be stupid enough to seek conflict with us, there are always others that may have different ideas in mind. Currently, there are 2 human groups in the Red Ocean that have clear and solid motives to attack us if they can. The Gage dynasty is one of them, and it is unlikely that we will encounter one of their fleets in the border region considering the circumstances. It is much more likely for us to enter into a conflict with the other group. What people are you talking about? I'm talking about the pioneers, who are part of the power structure of the Karlach system. Oh, those guys. The Karlach system was both a port system as well as a rising economic hub that had become the most direct rival to the Davut system. Both of them shared many similarities, and the fact that they were located in the same zone meant that it was inevitable for them to compete for trade, wealth, territory, resources, manpower, and more. A lot of the pioneers who founded the colonies or became invested in their development became oddly attached to the camps associated with them. As Davut and Karlach moved closer to statehood, its current stakeholders were bound to become a part of their structures. Minister Sheddarin reminded Vess of an important factor. You might not care too much about Davut, but that is not what outsiders think. They think that our clan and the alliance that we are part of have become so intertwined with Davut that we have become one of its many representatives. This creates a motive for attacking us. Any power from Karlach who is able to stumble upon us in space will be able to earn a lot of rewards and appreciation for hitting us. If there is an opportunity to deprive Davut of a talented journeyman, a master Mech designer, and an ace pilot, then the Karlachers will definitely be willing to pay a heavy price to wipe out our entire fleet. Vess grimaced. There was no way to avoid this risk. After all, the Larkinsons definitely conducted a lot of business in Davut. There was no way to avoid it after settling in the port system for over 5 years. The Karlachers might not be entirely wrong to assume that the Larkinsons and Golden Scullers made Davut stronger. Even so, Vess didn't really care about the rivalry between the 2 future colonial states. He already had his fill of stupid fights after getting involved in similar conflicts. The constant warring between the Bright Republic and the Vija Kingdom, and the centuries-old hatred between the Friday Coalition and the Hexadric hegemony had all taught him a lot of lessons. The main one was that a lot of wars between human powers were driven by banal reasons such as pride, inertia, and greed. They were different from wars between humans and aliens. At least those were productive and more essential to the survival of the entire race. Petty conflicts between human states mostly turned out to be vehicles that existed to benefit the rulers who issued all of the orders from the rear, but never risked their lives at the front. Therefore, Vess had absolutely no interest in advancing Davut's interests by engaging in scraps against the powers based in Karlach. It was a pity that the latter likely wouldn't listen to reason. He sighed. If anyone wants to fight, then we will fight as long as our chances are good. I don't think that there are many enemies that can take us on, though. We will need to put a lot of effort into our scouting operations in order to ensure we don't overtaken by powerful fleets from Karlach. We should also maintain contact with nearby pioneers who are based in Davut, Minister Sheddarin suggested. It doesn't hurt to say hello, and the Davitans may be willing to provide assistance to us. Since most people have developed the mistaken impression that we have chosen a camp, we might as well take advantage of this situation when it suits our needs. Vess casually waved his hand. You can do what you want, but I don't want this to be a permanent situation. We should travel to a different zone after we have concluded the Trailblazer expedition and settle down in an entirely different place. Once we continue to set up additional major branches throughout the Red Ocean, it will become increasingly more clear that we are not overly attached to any single place. That is a good idea, but it will take time and energy to change people's minds. Chapter 43, 67 Free Scheduling. Though Vess foresaw that the chances of entering into a conflict with Karlachers may be fairly likely, that did not deter him or any other leader of the Golden Skull Alliance from proceeding with their current plans. None of the alliance partners were afraid of a fight. Patriarch Reginald Cross even looked forward to fighting a duel against another ace Mech. However, just because the Golden Skull Alliance feared no battle did not mean that Vess could ignore this latent threat. What he was most afraid of was that the Karlashers in the border region might choose to combine their forces and employ overwhelming numbers to overrun the expeditionary fleet. Just as how Lord Hemmington Cross fell after getting ambushed by 2 enemy ace Mechs, Vess did not think that Patriarch Reginald Cross would fare any better when put into a similar corner. Would history repeat itself once again? Vess shook his head. That's impossible. The biggest mistake made by Lord Hemmington Cross and his clan was that they grew too arrogant and stopped being careful. The Larkinson clan wouldn't be making the same mistake. With the Black Cats and many other clever Larkinsons keeping careful watch over both allies and enemies, Vess was confident that his people would be able to detect most potential threats in advance. If any Karlashers attempted to form a massive armada, then it was impossible to hide such a massive movement from the eyes and ears of the Black Cats. In addition, now that Calabast reminded Vess of a certain prophet's powers, he was tempted to turn Ilvain into an early warning system, if not for the fact that it took a lot of energy to make predictions. After checking to make sure that his clan had the situation well in hand, Vess felt relieved and began to commit most of his time to his core work. It was finally time to commence the next design round. This was a big event, and one that involved an even greater amount of journeyman Mech designers than before. As soon as his wife and all of his other peers gathered in the conference room, Vess stood up and prepared to make a big announcement. This will be the final round of Mech design projects that we will embark upon, he revealed. Once we complete this batch of projects, we will no longer wait until we have completed the last remaining design project before starting another round of projects. Numerous Mech designers looked surprised. You're abandoning the design round model? Kedis asked. Vess nodded in confirmation. Yes, while it has worked for our design department in the past, it is becoming increasingly more restrictive as we continue to involve more people and projects. For example, the smaller projects can usually be completed in 3 months, while the larger ones can take up to 1.5 years to finish. That is not necessarily an adverse arrangement, Juliet Stameros countered. It was usually the case that finishing one project freed up time to work on other projects. Those of us who just happen to work faster can use their free time to take a break or to work on various personal projects. None of us have wasted our time in the period between design rounds. As someone who lived through these moments himself, Vess knew that Juliet was right. Every journeyman in the design department was relatively young, ambitious, eager, and professional. None of the people in the conference room were inclined to slack off and waste these precious moments. Even their holidays were strategically planned to work away their exhaustion and provide them with opportunities to gain inspiration. I don't disagree with you, Juliet, but I still hold the same opinion. The structure of planning and scheduling our design work around design rounds is not only overly clunky, but also produces a lot of delays. For example, Venerable Janzi lost her Shield of Samur almost 2 months ago, but aside from doing a lot of prep work, we haven't done any serious work. If we weren't stuck with the design round model, we could have made a lot more progress in the Dullahan project already. That said, the preparation work was not all that useless. Vess and the others had spent a lot of time on searching for and selecting new tech, materials, and component designs to add to the Dullahan project. The more time they invested in their searchers, the more fitting elements they found for Venerable Janzi's future expert Mech. As soon as they concluded this meeting, the Mech designers involved in the Dullahan project would definitely make a lot of progress in the following weeks. The journeymen all exchanged their opinions about the current planning structure, but none of them showed any strong objection towards the proposed change. They were all flexible and capable enough to work under many different structures, whether their design projects were grouped in organized design rounds or not made little difference to them. They just had to pay more attention to the workload of others in order to make sure that there was enough time for collaborations. "What happens after we end this design round?" Dulo-Voikin asked. Ves shrugged. "You are free to start your own projects, either by yourself or in collaboration with others. You are all free to choose how many projects you want to take on at the same time. You can also set your own deadlines. My wife and I won't interfere with your choices as long as you remain productive enough to deserve a place in our design department. Our clan has already accumulated a sizable amount of existing Mech designs, so it is no longer important to maximize the quantity of our output. I care much more about quality these days. You can tackle fewer design projects if you want, but you must always make sure that the ones you do work on will deliver solid results at the end. Is that understood?" "Yes, sir." Now that he got that out of the way, he began to organize the major design projects in person. Ves did not spend much time on going over the upgrade projects. Older Mech designs regularly needed to be updated in order to keep up with the changing times. Some upgrade projects were fairly straightforward and could easily be completed in a couple of months. Other upgrade projects required much more extensive redesign work, so they could easily stretch for a year if they were particularly complicated. Fortunately, much of that time was spent on simulation and optimization work. The Mech designers didn't have to do a lot of intensive and challenging design work in order to complete these activities. What the journeymen were truly interested in was the original design projects that centered around developing completely new Mechs. The Mech designers introduced numerous new projects that generated interest from Ves. For example, Keddy's finally fleshed out her Mech concept that she came up with after getting inspired by the plasma sword of the Neo Amadeus. She first instructed the central projector to display a draft design of her work. The projection depicted a swordsman Mech that possessed a distinct oriental and exotic aesthetic. It differed substantially from her other swordsman Mech designs, as the proposed Mech featured a lot more curving lines. Aside from its look, the new draft design also attracted attention because it wielded two swords at once. The swords that it held in its hands were not the regular straight ones that Keddy's preferred. They resembled slender sabers at first, but their vibe was substantially different from the ones that she had designed in the past. "Okay, so you have chosen to proceed with designing another dual-wielding swordsman Mech," Ves said, as he did not look too impressed so far. "What makes this Mech special, and what is the reason why Mech pilots should opt over your work over other competing products?" Keddy's remained confident, so she should have a good answer. "Let me explain the reasons one by one. First, my new samurai project is centered around designing a new form of assault-oriented offensive swordsman Mech. It is designed to be an offensive powerhouse similar to the Red Axe, but with different strengths and weaknesses. The most important element of my new proposed design is the use of special technology that I have found after spending many hours searching for the right offensive solution." She waved her hand, which caused the sketched Mech to activate a function that caused the curved swords to light up with energy. These katanas are meant to be based on Stormblade technology, which is a relatively new and ingenious way to allow bladed weapons to inflict partial energy damage. "How does it work?" Dulo-Voikin curiously asked. "Does it work for spears as well?" Keddy smiled at him. "I will share the details of this tech to you later, Dula. For now, what all of you need to know is that Stormblade technology can enhance the damage potential of my new samurai project on an optional basis. Against weaker opponents, it is not necessary for my new Mech to activate the Stormblade function. This allows the Mechs to save a lot of energy. It is only when they are fighting against stronger and tougher opponents that it makes sense to energize their katanas so that they can inflict additional heat and energy damage to their targets." The swordsman Mech designer projected a document that showed a summary of the technical specifications of Stormblade technology. Ves and the others looked increasingly more impressed. Stormblade technology did not add any overwhelming power boost to a swordsman mech, but it did not demand a lot of space, and it was fairly energy efficient. This was mainly because an active Stormblade weapon did not have to remain at full power unless it was about to hit a target. The damage boost was also pretty nice, though it was far from reaching the level of a true plasma weapon. However, Vess believed that the biggest advantage of Stormblade technology was that it was affordable. Sure, Stormblade weapons might not present any actual bargains, but the Larkinson clan could bear the cost of mass-producing Ketty's new swordsman mech. His eyes glinted with approval. Tell me more. Stormblade technology lies at the heart of the Samurai project. As you can imagine after studying these numbers, my new mech is more flexible and adaptable against the enemy. It can handle crowds of weaker opponents just as easily as smaller numbers of well-armored elites. In addition, since it is a mech that can be piloted by both sword maidens and heaven sworders, its upper boundary of performance is extremely high, just as with all of my other mechs. Those who possess great skill are easily able to punch above their weight. The same can't be said for a Redax. That was true. Technique had always been one of the core factors of all of her mech designs. Drawing from her extensive transcendent swordsmanship skills, Ketty's always designed her machines in a way that would allow her to use them to the utmost if she was able to pilot them in person. Ketty's grinned and pointed towards the scabbards of her draft design. The Samurai project even has a special solution that allows it to breach armor with greater ease. If you look closer, you will be able to see that the scabbards of the katanas are thicker and integrated with tech. That is because they can infuse the blades with additional power, allowing the katanas to burst out with significantly more cutting power shortly after pulling them out. This was one of the selling points that convinced me to adopt Stormblade technology for this design project. This mechanism of accumulating power is awfully clunky. You don't know what you are talking about, Vess. Let me do my work and finish my design. I can guarantee you that you will change your mind once you see this attack method in action. Vess chuckled when he heard this boast. I would be glad if you can prove me wrong. Chapter 43, 68I Project. Ketty's was no longer the inexperienced journeyman mech designer who barely had any completed mech designs under her belt. She had designed dozens of different swordsman mechs in the last 5 years or so. Some of them are more significant than others, but each of them provided her with a lot of experience. What impressed Vess about Ketty's was that she never ran out of ways to come up with new swordsman mech concepts that were distinctly different from her prior work. Perhaps other mech designers might run out of ideas on how to design a swordsman mech that wasn't derivative of a previous work, but Ketty's could come up with endless variations that all possessed different combinations of traits. The Stormblade Samurai was an even bigger departure from her previous body of work than normal. Letter 1D68F, Letter 1D45F, Letter 1D626, Letter 1D626, Letter 1D604, Letter 1D452, Letter 1D5EF, Letter 1D5FB, OV Letter 1D486, L asterisk Letter 1D624, Letter 1D490, Letter 1D628. The Stormblade technology that she had licensed from a specialized development company that Vess had never heard of introduced a lot of new possibilities to a swordsman mech. The katanas that integrated this new tech were still physical, but could be energized to cut through targets with greater ease through the additional application of energy and heat. Stormblade weapons were more sophisticated than the heated blades that Vess was familiar with. The latter simply amounted to channeling a lot of thermal energy through a heat-resistant blade in the hopes that it could deal a lot more damage upon contact. Of course, Vess wasn't too knowledgeable about the specific differences. He needed to wait until Ketty's completed this project before he could see a finished mech with this tech in action. Okay, what are the remaining characters of your Samurai project? Vess asked. Well, my Samurai project is not that impressive in other matters, his former student replied. The main reason for me to design it is to add a powerful new offensive option to our Larkinson army. To that end, I will be collaborating with Tiffy Coslone on this project to ensure it can deliver the strongest possible strikes. What are your thoughts about this project, Tiffy? Vess asked as he turned to the other woman. The Samurai project relies on both energy and physical power to maximize the damage of its strikes, she said. I don't specialize in solutions such as Stormblade technology, but what I do excel at is making the frame of this mech as strong as possible. I will do my best to ensure that this mech is able to hit hard enough even if it doesn't activate its Stormblade function. It went without saying that the Samurai project would be able to hit even harder if it did energize its weapons. Kedis quickly explained the remaining traits of the Samurai project. We have to invest a lot of capacity to enhance the offensive power of our swordsman mech, so we don't have that much room left to improve its other aspects. Sarah Voikin has agreed to design a serviceable armor system for an offensive melee mech, so I expect that our upcoming mech will be able to withstand enough damage to last on a typical battlefield. What about its mobility? Let me say that speed and acceleration will not be its strong suits. Just like its codename, the Samurai project is meant to fight and duel against opponents in head-on clashes. Speed is nice, but we already have lighter and more maneuverable alternatives in our clan. The second sword is a notable example of this. One of its more serious shortcomings is that it doesn't have enough armor to fight hard battles. The Samurai project is different. I see, that makes sense, Vess replied. In general, the Samurai project lived and died by its offensive capabilities. This project presented Kedis with plenty of new challenges and learning opportunities. Vess was curious whether Kedis could combine this special Stormblade technology with her design philosophy and other special abilities. It would be great if she was able to elevate the Samurai project, where the whole was far greater than the sum of its parts. As Kedis wrapped up her presentation, Vess quickly looked around the conference room before deciding to make a request. Who do you plan to collaborate with on the Samurai project? For now, I have made an agreement with Tiffy Coslone and Sarah Voikin, Kedis answered. No one else. Kedis shook her head. Then can you do me a favor and include Merrill O'Brien to the design team of this project? Vess requested. His former student looked surprised, though Merrill only displayed a mild reaction. I can, I suppose, Kedis slowly replied as she thought about how she should change her plan with the inclusion of a fourth journeyman. Merrill, your design philosophy is related to mechanics, right? That is correct, Kedis. Will your specialty conflict with that of Tiffy? Both of your design philosophies look as if they overlap. I think we can try to work that out. Just because both of us deal with mechanics doesn't mean that we will conflict with each other, Tiffy said. Vess looked hopeful. I think that there will be plenty of situations where you will all work alongside mech designers who may intrude upon your territories. It is best to find out early whether you can work together with those who possess overlapping specialties. If it turns out that a combination doesn't work, we can always reevaluate the situation and change the assignments. He just wanted to ease one of the newbies into the existing design projects. Merrill O'Brien had only advanced fairly recently, and she was probably not capable enough to design a new Larkinson mech that was good enough to meet the standards of the design department. This was why it was essential to have her work alongside others at the beginning of her career as a journeyman. Now that they handled the Samurai project, it was time to introduce the next major design project. Vess decided to speak up at this time. Just like many of you, I have gained a lot of inspiration from the sundered phalanx from the previous battle. Some of my new ideas are rather complicated and will take more time to prepare, but I have come up with a fairly simple but ingenious mech concept that I can easily realize with my current capabilities. I have decided to design this mech so that we can add another useful and popular commercial product to the LMC's product catalog. He uploaded his own draft design to the central projector, causing it to depict a fairly simple-looking rifleman mech. At first glance, The mech did not look that differently from other ranged mechs. Those with discerning eyes could tell that the mech was designed for sniping at longer ranges rather than strafing at medium range. What was rather typical of Vess was that he chose to pursue an extreme configuration for this draft design. Vess placed a heavy emphasis on the Luminar crystal rifle, as well as all of the supporting systems that existed to maximize its performance. This left him with little room to improve its defenses or mobility. The mech didn't possess any further physical features that could amplify its technical performance. It was even more extreme in this regard than Caddy's samurai project. This new mech of yours resembles a mass production version of the Amaranto, Gloriana spoke up. There are a lot of familiar design elements in this new commercial project. Vess nodded in admission. That's correct. I have always wanted to design a more standardized and affordable interpretation of the Amaranto, but I never came up with any ideas on how to make stand out until recently. I have the Gaugers to thank for that. The greatest source of inspiration of my eye project is the Blackened Reaper's mech division of the Sundered Phalanx. His wife looked thoughtful. The Blackened Reapers? You mean the elite mech division that is centered around fielding ranged mechs that excel at long-ranged precision fire? Yup. While they have failed to stave off a loss, the Blackened Reapers actually performed quite well. They provided a lot of help for their soldiers by using their accurate shots to strike the weak points of their targets or take out specific modules that have a lot of strategic value. Several mech designers in the conference room looked thoughtful. Some were able to see the value of these kinds of ranged mechs, while others were a bit more skeptical. Isn't it better to rely on heavy artillery mechs for ranged suppression and fire support? Dulo Voikin asked. I mean, the firepower disparity between the two is huge. A mech company of heavy artillery mechs can destroy mechs as well as starships a lot easier and faster than a mech company of marksman mechs. That may be true, but this analysis of yours is too shallow, Vess replied. First, don't forget that this is a commercial model. While most of our customers are generally wealthier and more capable than the ones in the old galaxy, it is still rather difficult for them to remain profitable while investing in heavy artillery mechs. Mechs such as our Transcendent Punishers are much more expensive to build and buy, and their maintenance and repair costs are vastly higher. Not only that, but they impose additional requirements such as requiring bunkers in order to participate in space battles. Ah, I understand. Dulo looked enlightened. Medium rifleman mechs are much cheaper and more cost-effective in comparison. They can fit in any slot in any carrier vessel, and they can also deploy in space if they are designed for spaceborne combat. Heavy mechs have their place, but they are too cumbersome and restrictive to employ in every combat situation. The ease in which you can employ riflemen, mechs such as my new eye project, provides enough of a reason to choose it over the most obvious long-ranged combat solutions. That answer provided an economic rationale for this new mech design, but that was hardly enough to generate market demand. Gloriana grew impatient. So what is the gimmick of your new mech, Vess? Well, I can talk a bit about its powerful rifle that I intend to configure and optimize for power and long-ranged precision, but that is rather boring, Vess replied. You can just take me at my word that it will be armed with a heavy sniper rifle that works extremely well when it is outputting laser beams. The real gimmick does not come from any visible parts. Instead, it comes from its design spirit. His wife still looked skeptical. You mean the illustrious one? His involvement in this design will hardly increase its value proposition. It will just make the pilot feel more in tune with the Luminar crystal rifle. That is not enough to convince buyers to purchase this product in large numbers. Vess answered her doubts by removing his hammer of brilliance from his belt and placing it on the surface of the conference table. Thud. What do you mean by that, Vess? Vess gestured towards the hammer. This is the primary design spirit of the Eye Project. Okay, why didn't you go for Ilvain instead? Isn't he your go-to solution for long-ranged precision? You don't get it, Vess disappointingly said. Ilvain is an excellent option for this kind of mech, but not if I want to make it commercially viable. I need to employ a more universal design spirit that can work well with people of different backgrounds and beliefs. Vulcan is the alternative that I have chosen. Explain. It's simple. While Vulcan can't correct the aim of mech pilots like Ilvain, the former has an excellent understanding of mechs and technology in general. Since I initially brought Vulcan to life, he has been taking advantage of my work as well as the work of every craftsman and creator who has used the services of the Creation Association to learn how mechs, starships, and other machinery can be made or broken. Now imagine a situation where Vulcan analyzes all of the weak points of an enemy mech and passes that information on to the mech pilot. How well do you think my eye project will perform? That is actually a clever idea. The cost is probably minimal, but the results can be drastic. Now I understand why you want to pair a marksman mech with Vulcan. Only someone who understands machines as well as a mech designer can point out all of the flaws of an opposing mech. The working principle behind the Eye project was actually similar to an event that Vess had experienced in the past. Vess had once played a role similar to Vulcan to a mech pilot known as Ivan Barley during one of his early mastery experiences. His eyes clouded over as he recalled that past event. Perhaps he could reproduce a portion of that glory by designing the Eye project. By designing a rifleman mech that was watched over by Vulcan, his incarnation would not only be able to experience many realistic battle situations in a front row seat, but also gain an even more important resource: spiritual feedback. Now that the mech designer system had recently evolved towards spiritual ascension, it became more important than ever for Vess to pay more attention to developing his spirituality. Helping Vulcan grow faster by tying him to a commercial mech design was an excellent way to boost his incarnation's growth. Vess actually should have done this sooner, but he had previously been reluctant to do so because he was afraid of the repercussions. Chapter 43, 69 Sharing Observation Data. If Vess presented a mech concept like the Eye project in any other place, his fellow mech designers would probably laugh at him and his ideas. It sounded incredibly crazy that a relatively ordinary marksman mech with no expensive frills and modules could outperform the competition by relying on a single metaphysical trait. However, none of his fellow journeymen in the design department doubted whether Vess could pull off this simple but profound mech concept. This was because each of them had become thoroughly familiar with his amazing inventions. Design spirits played a key role in almost every Larkinson mech. Even newcomers such as Cormont Hempcamp understood what design spirits were capable of when utilized in the right circumstances. Iconic mechs such as the Transcendent Punisher and the Valkyrie Redeemer would never have been able to rise above mediocrity and become so powerful and beloved without the help of their design spirits. Even the ones that did not really convey any powerful abilities, such as the Solemn Guardian, played a useful role by their presence alone. As far as design spirits went, Vulcan had yet to prove himself in this context. Vess had never seriously considered using his own incarnation in this manner before. Vess had always considered Vulcan to be a patron spirit for craftsmen, artisans, and other makers. The Creation Association, led by Director Samandra Avakin, had done well in spreading the totems of Vulcan around various workshops, factories, and other places. Of course, the Creation Association also gained a rather ugly reputation for being a cult and propagating a scam. However, those who were willing and able to pay at least one MTA credit to receive Vulcan's blessing occasionally made a lot of progress. The Creation Association built up quite a sizable cult following by offering over the years. Vess was fine with letting Vulcan serve in this capacity until recently. The changes to the system, along with his growing desire to develop a useful ranged mech model, led him to this point. Aside from utilizing Vulcan as the Eye project's design spirit, Vess did not intend to add anything too special to the Mech design. "That's odd," Gloriana said as her expression grew puzzled. "You usually do your best to make your designs as unique and distinctive as possible. I don't see that here." Sure, the focus on maximizing its offensive power is an extreme approach, but it is not as if sniper mechs are a rarity on the mech market. Why is your draft design so dull? He wasn't surprised by her remark. "I do admit that my proposal deviates from my usual work, but that is because this mech is designed to sell," Vess calmly replied. "Adding Vulcan is already enough to make it strong. The only other way I can make it stronger and more distinctive is to add powerful tech to the Mech design, but that will make the product more expensive. That is not what I want to accomplish. I'm not looking to maximize the profits from selling this new Mech. I'm trying to maximize its sales volume. Do you understand the difference?" His wife slowly nodded. "You want to make another product like the Desolate Soldier. You want to introduce a product line that is cheap, affordable, and easy to fit into the Mech rosters of many customers." "Exactly," Vess grinned. "The Desolate Soldier is a good example. While it has been a while since I have targeted the middle and lower segments of the Mech market, this is where the Eye Project should belong. There is no need for the Eye Project to become the strongest ranged Mechs that we put for sale, because customers will not be buying it for its raw firepower. Instead, they will seek to acquire it because it can give them crucial intelligence about the weak points of their targets. No matter whether buyers only purchase a single copy or an entire batch, my Eye Project will always find a way to make itself useful." His goal was to turn the Eye Project into an irresistible temptation. Normally, the LMC tended to target the upper end of the Mech market. Most of its products offered excellent value and performance, but the downside to them was that their prices were also high. What Vess sought to accomplish this time was to sell a new Mech that performed well at a bargain-worthy price. Perhaps the LMC might not be able to earn a huge amount of MTA credits from positioning his Eye Project this way, but this was the best way for his company to put out as many copies of this Mech as possible. Vess already looked forward to all of the spiritual feedback that Vulcan would be able to harvest from so many Mech pilots. The only serious concern was that exposing Vulcan to all kinds of messy thoughts from so many different Mech pilots might skew its growth trajectory. Vess did not forget that Vulcan's main purpose was to assist him in design and development-related activities. It would be a shame for the design spirit to cater his abilities to Mech pilots as opposed to creators. He needed to pay a lot of attention to this once the Eye Project began to get sold in large numbers. Besides, the Eye Project is not entirely good because of its analytical glow. Vess gestured towards the primary weapon of the design. "I plan to pair the Eye Project with a Luminar crystal rifle that is optimized for long-ranged combat. I only plan to equip it with a laser beam attack phase crystal to lower the cost. There is no need to add additional crystals to the mix. If our customers want to make use of a more powerful Mech equipped with Luminar crystal weapons, then they can buy our more premium offerings." Laser beam weapons did not pack the greatest punch, but they were efficient and struck at the speed of light. It also helped that their requirements were the lowest among energy weapon solutions. Even so, the Luminar crystal version of a laser beam weapon was both powerful and efficient, which would help a lot in making customers respect the firepower of the Eye Project. No matter what, the LMC had a reputation to uphold. Even the more affordable products had to be desirable in terms of performance. His only regret was that the Eye Project did not have the budget or capacity to include any notably powerful defensive or mobility solutions. Adding them into the mix would not necessarily make the Mech stronger in its chosen role, while drastically increasing the price of the product. "What price are you aiming for with this new marksman Mech?" Gloriana asked. "I want to keep the price as low as possible, but if I want to ensure that the Eye Project will perform according to my standards, then I probably won't go any lower than 1.1 MTA credits per copy." For comparison, the Monster Slayer designed by Keddies generally sold for 1.4 MTA credits. Gloriana furrowed her brows. You are cutting it close, Vess. It will be a struggle for you to establish enough of a margin for the LMC to break even. It will be an even greater challenge for you to ensure that our Mech company will be able to earn a modest profit from this product. If anything goes wrong throughout its sales run, the profitability of your eye project can quickly crater. Why not sell it for 1.2 or 1.3 MTA credits instead? Given the value proposition of this Rifleman Mech, there are still plenty of customers who will not hesitate to add at least one copy to their Mech roster. Vess shook his head. I already thought about it, but increasing the price by just 0.1 MTA credits will make my product a lot less attractive. There are a lot of price-sensitive customers who will carefully weigh the decision to buy a good Mech that costs 1.2 MTA credits, but will not hesitate to snap up the same Mech if it sells for 1.1 MTA credits instead. In fact, it would have been even better if he could set the price at 1 MTA credit instead, but the configuration and quality standards that he had set for the eye project did not allow for this option. Once Vess clarified his vision for the eye project, he invited several Mech designers to collaborate with him on this commercial project. Not many of you possess specialties that are relevant to ranged Mechs, particularly a marksman Mech that should always be placed in the rear of a battle lineup. However, at least one of you possess a specialty that might be relevant to this project. Cormont, I'd like you to design a custom neural interface and other possible control systems for the eye project. The latest journeyman to join the Larkinson clan blinked in surprise. I would be honored to design this Mech with you, sir. I'm not entirely certain what you expect from me. I have never worked on your tech before. That's no problem. You can leave that stuff to me, Vess replied. I'm not asking much from you. Your main role is to enhance the data management and control aspects of the eye project. More specifically, I want you to make it so that the Mech pilots can immediately act on the information provided by Vulcan during combat. I also want you to allow the eye project to convert the input from Vulcan into a digital format and be able to share this data to a command center or other friendly Mechs. Letter 1D627, Letter 1D667, EE Letter 1D604, Letter 1D486, Letter 1D44F, Letter 1D5FB, Letter 1D490VEL, Letter 1D450, Letter 1D5FC, Letter 1D662. That sounds as if you want to turn your work into a scout Mech. It would be helpful if the Mech pilot of the eye project can easily share Vulcan's revelations to other friendly units, Vess said and nodded. That will make it so that even one copy of my Mech will provide an incredible amount of value to a Mech force. What Vess wanted to accomplish was to make the eye project so useful and indispensable that it would become popular among customers that normally weren't interested in living Mechs. There were still a lot of people who harbored a lot of fear, reluctance, or skepticism towards the products sold by the LMC. Vess wanted to turn the eye project into a force multiplier that could comprehensively elevate the combat effectiveness of an entire Mech force through its observation capabilities. By allowing it to point out the weak points of powerful Mechs or important starships, those that made use of this information would definitely achieve greater success in their missions and encounters. Other groups that did not make use of the eye project would fall behind, causing them to feel pressured to buy a copy of this useful Mech themselves. This would not only boost the sales of his new commercial Mech even further, but also act as a gateway drug that could introduce a lot of more customers to the wonderful world of living Mechs. I will do my best to increase the utility of the eye project, Cormont promised. Thank you for your trust in me. I have always been curious to see how I can tailor my neural interfaces to your esoteric design solutions. I think we can come up with many new possibilities by increasing the integration between material technology and immaterial phenomena. Those are my thoughts as well, Vess said. Anyway, I am done with presenting my eye project. Do any of you wish to introduce any interesting new Mech design projects or shall we proceed with going over our upcoming expert Mech designs? No one presented any promising ideas, but that was fine. There were already enough projects on the agenda, even if most of them centered around upgrading existing Mech designs or developing additional variant designs. The previous battle exposed many shortcomings of their existing Larkinson Mechs, and it was crucial for them to remedy the issues as much as possible. Chapter 43, 70 Ghost Project. The discussion finally shifted to the most powerful and arguably the most exciting projects. The Larkinson clan adored its expert Mechs. Each of them represented the best of what the Larkinson Mech designers could impart in their work. This time was no different. Vess first presented the Dullahan project to his audience. The other journeymen were already aware that he and his wife were working on a new expert Mech for Venerable Janzi. There was no need to go into too much detail. Vess had a lot in store for the Dullahan project, but no one else could help him all that much in his attempt to make the Shield of Samur undergo a rebirth process. This was completely uncharted territory for him, and he was the only one who could make it happen. The Ghost Project was a bit more interesting to the Larkinson journeymen because it was a completely new and different Mech that the clan had never worked with before. Not many expert stealth Mechs exist in the first place because it is rare for Mech pilots who engage in shady operations to advance to the rank of expert pilot. Vess began. This has to do with the requirements of becoming a demigod. Strong willpower, strong convictions, and the absence of guilt are just a couple of the criteria that determines whether Mech pilots can advance. I think that having a guilty mind is a major stumbling block that prevents many Mech pilots engaged in assassinations and other clandestine operation from undergoing apotheoses. There was a large variety of conflicting theories around this controversial topic. The question of whether the subjective feeling of guilt truly held back Mech pilots or not was still in contention. This was merely the most recognized answer out of all of the possibilities. High-ranking Mech pilots generally tended to emerge from brave, fearless, and upright warriors. It was not a coincidence that stubborn and brazen personalities such as Patriarch Reginald tended to do better in this aspect. Ignorance was no hindrance to their success. In contrast, those with clever, subversive, sneaky, and vile personality traits ultimately failed to break their limits throughout their careers. While there were certainly exceptions to the rule, it was still incredibly difficult for a large and prosperous state like the Friday Coalition to produce more than a handful of expert pilots among the ranks of Black Ops units. Vess had studied Venerable Zimro Belson's case in person to determine why he was able to succeed. He obviously possessed a bit of talent, but he did not stand out too much in this regard. What truly made Zimro special among those who liked to sneak around was that he possessed a clear conscience. His life trajectory was remarkable, and even living in exile in a dark and violent place like the Nyxian Gap had never corrupted his honest heart. He and the other former members of the Zona Stalkers that eventually joined the Larkinson clan had all thrived once they became a part of the Black Cats. Director Calabast showed a lot of care to this group and never assigned them any dirty missions that might taint their sensibilities. Of course, the Black Cats rarely took action against different parties. They mostly engaged in spying, monitoring, and data theft. Venerable Zimro Belson is therefore an absolute treasure to us, Vess told everyone. The Ghost Project may be our only opportunity to add a powerful stealth machine to our lineup. The immediate question that comes to mind is how much we should orient our new stealth Mech towards combat as opposed to solitary infiltration missions. We can try our best to make Venerable Zimro's expert Mech excel at both, but eventually we need to make a choice and commit to it. A stealth Mech optimized for combat is substantially different from a stealth Mech that is meant to sneak inside powerful fleets or a well-defended military base. It would have been great if the Larkinson clan welcomed 2 new expert pilots that could work with stealth Mechs, but that was just a fantasy. You've already made a choice. Kedis spoke up. The previous battle showed that we are still short on expert mechs that can defeat powerful enemy units. Rather than design a mech that is good at infiltrating enemy strongholds, it is a lot more useful for us to obtain a mech that can assassinate enemy expert mechs on a busy battlefield. That way, we can easily destroy or plunder an enemy stronghold after we have wiped out all of the opposition. You've pretty much read my mind, Kedis. The Swordmaster confidently smirked. It's not difficult for me to simulate your logic chain after working with you for so many years. Our clan has always relied on open combat to solve our enemies. FR letter 1D626, letter 1D452, letter 1D604, E letter 1D5EF, N letter 1D5FCVEL, letter 1D450, letter 1D490, letter 1D480. That's right. While I do not deny how helpful it is for us to be able to deploy a powerful expert stealth mech that can assassinate a crucial commander or cripple an enemy force before we commence a proper battle, I think it is better and safer for Venerable Zimro to fight alongside his peers and other fellow soldiers. The assistance of his upcoming expert mech will definitely allow us to finish off a lot more powerful enemy units than normal. If the Larkinson army already had a machine like the Ghost Project at its disposal, then a lot less Friedayman expert mechs would have been able to retreat intact in the previous battle. We need to add another sharp and hidden knife to the Larkinson army, Vess insisted to everyone. One of our faults in the Battle of Pima Prime was how our expert mechs were usually able to defeat their adversaries, but failed to finish the job in too many cases. The successful rescue of St. Rebecca Andis after felling the shock shell is the most egregious example of this. I don't want this to happen again. Our survival will always be at risk if we keep letting our enemies retreat so that they can confront us on another day. Many faces grew serious. This was indeed the case. So what are the specifics of your Ghost Project? Sarah Voikin asked. That's a good question. This is the draft design that we have come up with so far. As you can see, it is a bit unusual in that it is a melee stealth mech. We plan to arm it with daggers that will allow it to sneak up to enemy expert mechs from behind and inflict critical damage onto them whenever the opportunity arises. Several mech designers who were aware of the challenges of sneaking up to expert mechs looked doubtful. They weren't certain whether this idea would succeed. Are you certain we can design a stealth mech that can effectively assassinate enemy expert mechs? I am, Vess confidently replied. I know that stealth mechs at this level mostly rely on ranged weapons, but we have two ways to increase the success rate of the Ghost Project. First, I know a lot about stealth and cloaking systems. As long as we license a powerful enough transphasic stealth system from a reputable development company, I am certain that I can successfully integrate it into the expert mech design. It was a bit difficult for Vess to explain how his competence in this area had suddenly risen to the level of a senior mech designer. He simply opted to say nothing and hoped that his previous successes gave him enough credibility to believe in his ability. It would be bad if it turned out that none of the Larkinson journeymen were able to work with advanced stealth systems. The only way for them to complete the Ghost Project was to bring in an outside consultant to solve all of the complicated problems. That was unacceptable because it meant that all of the stealth-related details would end up in the hands of outsiders. In fact, the Larkinsons were already forced to involve Master Benedict Cortez in the design process in order to enable the finished expert mech to resonate with Venerable Zimro. While this was already a major security risk, Vess could at least preserve many crucial details by withholding a lot of crucial information about the stealth system and its implementation in the mech design. Whether his colleagues harbored any doubts towards him or not, none of them followed up on this matter. Several of them were more interested in hearing how Vess would help the Ghost Project avoid detection from alert and perceptive expert pilots. If the stealth system of the Ghost Project is effective enough, then it should likely be doable for this expert mech to assassinate low-tier expert mechs. Gloriana ascertained based on what she learned from various sources. However, the more powerful machines are not only equipped with better sensor systems, but they are also controlled by mid-tier or high-tier expert pilots who have developed extremely strong intuition. They can detect danger even if their expert mechs detect no abnormal activity at all. A single hunch may be enough to foil an assassination attempt. Vess responded with a smile. You are describing two different problems. The first is technological and can be solved by investing more money. The second is metaphysical in nature, which means it can be solved through metaphysical means. This is an area that I happen to excel in. I don't have any solid ideas on how to do it, but I am confident I can cobble together a solution that will be effective in battle. I just have to shape the spiritual foundation in the right way. You need more than that, I think, Gloriana responded. You will need the help of a design spirit as well, I think. As far as I know, none of the design spirits are good at hiding their presence from enemies except for one. The superior mother's dust aspect should be able to make the ghost project less noticeable. The devious Mech model that we have designed for the Hexers has already shown that it can work. Venerable Zimro is not a Hexer nor a woman. That shouldn't be a problem, Vess. I'm sure that Zimro will find a way to get along with your mother. He's a good boy. Caddies and a couple of other journeymen snorted or snickered under their breaths. No thanks, Gloriana. I will solve this problem in my own way. I don't think that the superior mother is my only solution. I'll just create another design spirit if there are no other alternatives. A new entity that is good at hiding stuff can be useful in many different situations. They discussed other details about the Ghost Project. Vess went over topics such as explaining the requirements of the sensor systems and discussing the possibility of equipping it with transphasic grenades. Overall, the Ghost Project had the potential to become a killer machine that exceeded the Dark Zephyr in terms of lethality. While the Dark Zephyr primarily had to go through a difficult struggle before it gained the opportunity to land a killing blow, the Ghost Project was designed from the onset to start and finish a fight with a single strike. Vess grinned. The best part about the Ghost Project is that as capable as it may be in solo actions, it is likely more effective when teaming up with our other expert mechs. Just think about it. A loud and attention-grabbing mech like the Seaman can distract an opposing expert mech, which means that the enemy mech pilot will have less attention to spare against surprise attacks. The Ghost Project should more easily be able to sneak up on the target and land a fatal blow. This was the best way to utilize the Ghost Project in his opinion. Working together with other friendly expert mechs not only made it easier to finish off a powerful enemy, but would also provide the expert stealth mech with additional safety once it got exposed. Chapter 43, 71 Green Axe and Bloodripper Projects. 3 new expert pilots emerged from the ranks, while an existing one lost her expert mech in the previous battle. This meant that the Larkinson clan needed to design 4 new expert mechs in order to meet the needs of all of its expert pilots. Vess had opted to spend most of his available time preparing for the Dullahan Project and the Ghost Project, which meant that he was not entirely up to date on the other 2 expert mech projects. Fortunately, Gloriana had taken charge of them. She finally presented her plans to the Larkinson journeymen. She began by projecting the images of the 2 pilots in question. Not many of you must have heard of Venerable Kalek Glendale and Venerable Pedro Rodrigo. Both of them joined our clan shortly after our entry into the Red Ocean. While their backgrounds are completely different, they are both talented prospects that quickly bloomed in our ranks. They managed to advance to the rank of expert candidate after they have joined their chosen mech legions and have been preparing to undergo apotheoses ever since. This explained why Vess had never really heard anything about Venerable Glendale or Venerable Rodrigo. He stopped paying attention to the expert candidates of the clan some time ago because they weren't strong or important enough to merit his time. Of course, that was no longer the case for Glendale and Rodrigo. The lucky bastards managed to break through just a few years after they had become expert candidates. The speed in which they transcended into demigods indicated that they possessed a lot of talent, perhaps more than everyone else suspected. Vess believed that this was not the only factor behind their amazing success. He quickly browsed through their records and noted that their performance before their entry into the Larkinson clan was merely good rather than great. Something about the Larkinson clan must have activated their potential. Whether it was living Mechs or the close brotherhood among the Larkinsons, Vess was glad to see that his subordinates were doing well in his organization. After explaining what the two new expert pilots had in common, Gloriana put the spotlight onto the Avatar expert pilot first. Venerable Kalek Glendale is a melee Mech specialist that has piloted numerous different Avatar Mech models over the years. He has spent time in the cockpit of the Bright Warrior, the Redax, and the Lucid Rage. In the end, he has settled on the Redax as his Mech of choice. He has already told me that he wishes to pilot an expert Axeman Mech now that he has broken through. Gloriana projected a draft design after this. The expert Mech depicted in the image shared a lot of resemblances to the Redax. It wasn't wrong to describe it as the expert Mech interpretation of the Redax design. Letter 1D68F, Letter 1D45F, E Letter 1D486, Letter 1D66C, Letter 1D486, Letter 1D5EF, Letter 1D45B, Letter 1D664 VEL, Letter 1D624 O, Letter 1D45A. As you can see, the Green Axe project shares many elements with our existing Axeman Mech design. This is by request, as Venerable Glendale has already developed a preference for the Redax's Mech configuration. He wants to pilot an expert Mech that is able to wield a large and heavy axe that is good at breaking shields and armor. This was immediately clear due to the large and imposing weapon in the hands of the Green Axe project. The giant axe possessed a green edge in line with its code name, but Vess believed that this would probably disappear in time because it didn't look that good. Is there anything special about the Green Axe project? Vess curiously asked. I don't see any obvious features that make it special. The Green Axe project doesn't have too many gimmicks, Vess. It is a solid expert Mech that features solid performance in as many aspects as possible. It features strong attack power, respectable defensive capabilities, and enough mobility to keep up with most of its opponents. The axe is the most important element of this design. It goes without saying that it will be a transphasic weapon, but I am still exploring a number of ideas. The design of the axe was indeed crucial to the future success of the Green Axe project. There were lots of interesting possibilities available to the Larkinson clan. While Gloriana could opt to go for a relatively standard transphasic axe, Vess had a feeling that his wife preferred to go for a more advanced system in order to make her work special. Vess was more interested in the spiritual configuration rather than the physical configuration of the Green Axe project, though. After Gloriana answered a bunch of questions, Vess brought up the topic that he cared about the most. Did you ask Venerable Glendale what style of living Mech he prefers for his future machine? I did. He initially wanted to pilot the same sort of living Mech as most of our expert pilots, but I managed to change his mind. His wife smugly replied. Hi. I simply pointed out that Patriarch Reginald Cross has chosen to go for the second skin style of living Mechs. Combined with the success of other expert Mechs in this style, such as the Seaman and the Blade Chaser Mark Roman II, Venerable Glendale has come to embrace the opportunity to pilot an expert Mech that he will be able to control to an unprecedented degree. I see. Vess was disappointed that he wouldn't be able to develop another powerful new expert Mech, but he didn't linger over this issue. To be honest, he was curious to see whether Gloriana could get anywhere with her alternative to his classical living Mechs. Tracking the growth and development of second skin-style living Mechs would provide Vess with plenty of understanding of what they were doing right. Vess already had plans to turn the Dullahan project and the Ghost project into powerful living Mechs in line with his own principles. There was no urgent need for him to apply his work onto additional expert Mech designs. All right, he eventually said. If Venerable Glendale truly prefers to go for your brand of living mechs, then that is his choice. I just hope he knows what he's missing out on. It is impossible to turn the Green Axe project into a classical living mech after it is completed. You don't need to worry about that, Vess, she said. Let's move on to the next and last expert mech design project. The projections that depicted Venerable Glendale and the draft of the Green Axe project disappeared. Venerable Pedro Rodrigo is a flagrant vandal who hasn't tried out as many mechs as the previous expert pilot. Instead, he settled on the Stingripper as soon as he had the chance. That was fairly notable. The most popular mech model of the flagrant vandals was the ferocious Piranha. The Mark Roman III version of the light skirmisher model was highly refined and induced a lot of mental pressure onto enemies. It was a great machine for mech pilots who admired Venerable Tusa Billingsley Larkinson and wanted to dominate the battlefield by relying on a combination of speed, daring, and opportunism. The Stingripper packed a lot less punch in comparison. Instead of diving in to stab a pair of daggers at the weak points of an enemy target, it maintained its distance and pelted its enemies with a Luminar crystal submachine gun. The weapon was designed to be light and easy to use at relatively closer ranges. Though the design department had updated the Stingripper mech line with a Mark Roman II version not too long ago, the overall performance characteristics hadn't changed all that much. The submachine gun might be effective against other light mechs, but its caliber and punch were a bit inadequate against armored opponents. Vess did not believe that this would be any different with an expert mech interpretation of the Stingripper design. Gloriana confirmed his guess with her words. She activated a projection that displayed her draft for a new expert harasser mech. The Bloodripper project is directly based on our earlier Stingripper design. Just like the mech that Venerable Pedro Rodrigo has piloted in the past, the Bloodripper is designed to defeat its opponents by harassing them from a distance. Just as with the Stingripper, the Bloodripper project clearly relied on Kahlo, the ghost chameleon, to manipulate enemy perception into thinking it was positioned elsewhere, thereby causing a lot of shots fired in its direction to miss. This sounded similar to the Dark Zephyr's untouchable resonating ability, but the underlying mechanisms were substantially different. Vess already looked forward to figuring out how he could best make the Bloodripper project's misdirection ability effective against hostile expert pilots. The Bloodripper project simply wouldn't be a good harasser mech if it did not possess a good solution against enemy ranged attacks. This was because enemy expert ranged mechs were generally incredibly precise and accurate. The difficulty of fooling the predictive aim of powerful expert pilots such as Venerable Davia Stark and Venerable Kazir Riskin was far too high. The only way for a relatively fragile expert mech like the Bloodripper project to survive against these kinds of threats was to rely on another solution. Vess wondered whether it was enough to employ a design spirit or whether he needed to come up with a stronger solution. In any case, there were plenty of other interesting elements that caused the Bloodripper project to stand out compared to its parent mech. Interesting. He rubbed his smooth-shaven chin as he spotted additional details that were not derived from the original Stingripper design. I can see that you have added a few additional elements to this expert mech. It is not as simple as it looks. Gloriana smiled. That is true. It is fine for the Green Axe project to copy the template of the Redax design because the large axe and adequate armor system already makes the expert Axeman mech useful in battle. It is a different story for the Bloodripper project. Its weapon will still remain fairly weak, which is not good news when most expert mechs have powerful resonance shields and armor. In other words, it will take too long for the Bloodripper project to defeat any serious opponent because it lacks the punch to wear down defenses quickly, Vess said. This is why I have attempted to alter the mech concept and help provide it with additional power without compromising its mobility to a serious degree, Gloriana explained. It is still crucial for the Bloodripper project to be able to outrun all but the fastest light mechs. It does not fare well in melee combat at all, and its armor is too light to sustain much damage. Of course, this was just a relative description. Even the lightest expert mechs could still resist a lot more damage than a standard heavy mech. The Bloodripper project had little to fear if it was being bombarded by an enemy-ranged mech unit. It could rely on its light but adequate armor to resist hits, while utilizing its extremely strong evasion characteristics to mitigate the remaining damage. So how have you chosen to amplify the attack power of this new Bloodripper project without slowing it down? Vess curiously asked. Don't tell me you plan to equip it with grenades. It worked for the Dark Zephyr, did it not? A grenade is the logical answer to increasing the offensive power of the Bloodripper project. I am already exploring different kinds of powerful transphasic grenades that can be a good fit with Venerable Rodrigo's future expert mech. While I don't plan to equip it with too many grenades, I want to make sure it possesses a powerful finishing option to ensure it is able to take down its targets by itself. Vess could understand this argument. It was the same one he used to equip the Dark Zephyr with grenades. There was one big issue, though. Grenades make sense for the Dark Zephyr because it generally comes close enough to toss its payloads at enemy positions. The same does not necessarily apply to this Bloodripper project. What if it is too far away? It will have to get closer in order to make effective use of the grenade, but that makes the expert harasser mech vulnerable to retaliation. That is why I intend to equip the Bloodripper project with a small grenade launcher, Gloriana replied. I haven't decided how I want to add this weapon module to this design, but it will definitely play an important role once the design is finished. Chapter 43, 72 The Great Filter. The 4 new expert mech design projects represented a new chapter to the Larkinson clan. Vess was proud and happy with the direction of each of these 4 crucial projects. The Dullahan project and the Ghost project that he had taken charge of were both a lot more radical and ambitious in scope. This was because he attempted to invent new solutions that would have a profound impact on the progression of his design philosophy and provide his clan with wonderful new sources of strength. From a conceptual perspective, Vess considered the Dullahan project as a highly ambitious attempt to breathe new life into a living mech that had perished in battle. On the surface, it sounded like an attempt to recycle the growth of a sentient mech. What Vess actually saw in this ambitious experimental project was the possibility to exploit death as a means to further the evolution of life. This was related to a theory that he had developed over the course of his research on mech pilot breakthroughs and the transcendence glow. A lot of living entities tended to accumulate a lot of garbage over the course of their lives. Though it was arguable whether undesirable elements added character and touches of humanity to humans or other living beings, Vess had already noticed that the processes of transcendence were at least indirectly related to the amount of baggage and how badly they affected people. Certain traumas and personality flaws weighed down people so much that they were unable to advance their ranks despite possessing enough talent and diligence. This was also why Lufa and his numerous variations of glows were so effective at stimulating breakthroughs. Depending on how Lufa expressed his glow, he was able to selectively dampen the influence of unhelpful baggage, allowing previously burdened people to gain much-needed relief and break through with greater ease. This was how a seemingly ordinary design spirit made from unremarkable spiritual ingredients was able to produce an impact that was greater than that of the likes of the Superior Mother and maybe even Gaia. After all, which design spirit was able to reduce the difficulty of breaking through by as much as 50, 60, or even 80%? However, Vess knew from his secret research and periodic exchanges with Master Dervidian that fulfilling the ultimate dream of universal transcendence was easier said than done. He recalled one particular discussion in the past that taught him that inducing breakthroughs without showing much restraint may not be a good idea. Almost everyone in our field agrees that Mech pilots break through far less frequently than the Mech community desires, Master Dravidian said over the comm. Too many brave and heroic soldiers have fought all their lives for a chance of becoming more than mortal, only for them to be denied their chances due to factors outside of their control. Vess smirked. We can change that once we can popularize our new method of fostering transcendence. You think too simply, Mr. Larkinson. The reason why we have held back from expanding our scale of testing is not just because we are trying to maintain secrecy or because we do not think human civilization is too unprepared. We have an even greater concern that has become increasingly more acute now that we have monitored batches of expert pilots that have reached their ranks through artificial means. That did not sound reassuring to Vess. What do you mean by that, Master? Let us consider the current situation regarding breakthroughs. The threshold and requirements for breaking through are high. The drawback of circumstance is that few Mech pilots are able to succeed. The advantage is that those who are able to succeed against all odds are always the best, most driven, most earnest, and most disciplined of their peers. They may possess personality traits that deviate from what galactic human society deems normal, but among the total population of Mech pilots, the ones that have risen above the masses generally represent the best of this warrior class. Vess recalled every expert pilot that he knew in person. People like Venerable Tusa, Venerable Desi, Venerable Janzi, and Commander Kaesela Ingvar had all turned into heroes of the Larkinson clan. The Glory Seekers had Venerable Brutus, and the Handmaidens of Death, while the Cross clan practically revered Patriarch Reginald Cross as a god. Other groups also nurtured their own share of strong and exceptional personalities. A few of the names that immediately stood out in his memory were Venerable Orthox Damasi and Saint Yilamayorka. None of them gave him the impression that they were cruel, lazy, or corrupt. Lowlives and punks simply didn't have what it took to break through their limitations and burst out with far greater strength than what mortals ought to possess. The only ones that came close was someone like Venerable Vincent Ricklin. Vess considered the former Brighter as the most unworthy expert pilot in human space. When Vess remembered that Vincent Ricklin ultimately experienced apotheoses after the Evert Shanger began to channel the Transcendence glow at a large scale during the Purgatory campaign, he suddenly understood Master Dravidian's underlying message. If we make it so that Mech pilots don't have to work as hard to break through, then a lot more people will turn into expert pilots. Vess concluded. Not all of them represent the best and brightest of every Mech pilot. When impure, corrupt, and possibly even criminal expert pilots begin to emerge with the help of a solution like the Transcendence glow, our entire society will welcome a lot more violence and suffering. Master Termenau Dravidian's projection nodded in a grave manner. That is indeed the scenario that our analysts have predicted. What your groundbreaking invention is able to accomplish amounts to lowering the threshold of breakthroughs. This is certainly a method to solve the shortage of high-ranking Mech pilots, but it is not the desired solution of our Transcendence faction. Do you know what we actually prefer? It did not take long for Vess to figure out the answer after he thought about the master Mech designer's words. It was similar to controlling the enrollment of a university. There were two ways to increase its study body. The first way was to lower the enrollment requirements. This was the easiest way to increase the amount of students attending the educational institution, but the disadvantage of doing so was that the average performance along with the overall culture and standards would drop as well. The second way was to increase the amount of applicants that met the original requirements of the university. This was a much more desirable option because the school got what it wanted without damaging its reputation or the overall academic results of its students. What you actually want is to raise the qualifications and worthiness of existing Mech pilots so that they can meet the original requirements. Vess spoke with a lot more clarity in his voice. This way, the expert pilots that emerge from the ranks will still be pure, reliable, and generally heroic in nature. What we are working on right now is a flawed solution that may very well introduce problems that will make our situation worse. Master Dervidian looked away for a moment. Your transcendence glow is still useful. Do not misunderstand us. Strength is more important than stability. If the primacy of Mech is under threat, or if human civilization is being eroded by hostile alien races, then we will take measures to increase the rate of breakthroughs across the entire Mech community as much as possible. This is the greatest value of your invention. You have given us a strong and powerful lifeline that can increase the survival chances of the human race. Though Vess didn't expect the transhumanist faction and probably the survivalist faction to view his transcendence glow in this light, he would take what he could get even though he felt like he deserved more appreciation for his massive contribution. Thanks, I guess. So what does that mean for us going forward? We continue our research. We continue to study the effects of the transcendence glow on test subjects over time. We must understand exactly what happens to different expert pilots who were originally unworthy, but broke through with ease with the help of your transcendence glow. This will at least give us a more thorough understanding of how our society will change once we open Pandora's box. It was never a good development when an invention of his was equated to this ancient myth. Vess found it to be an apt analogy. Pandora's box contained many evils, but it also contained hope amidst the darkness. Letter 1D6ATF, R, letter 1D626, letter 1D626, letter 1D66C, E, letter 1D623, letter 1D4ATF, letter 1D490, V, letter 1D41EL, letter 1D624, letter 1D490M. However, it would be difficult to restore order in a society where power had run amok. When the number of high-ranking Mech pilots in human space multiplied by 100 in a short amount of time, a large proportion of these mighty warriors would probably come across as the opposite of heroes. Power inherently possessed a corrupting influence on people's psyches. No one was immune to its influence, but most expert pilots today were too noble and honest to violate their own principles. Yet what if expert pilots emerged that possessed weaker principles? What if they had no principles and bottom lines in the first place? If these lowlives began to advance to higher ranks in larger numbers, then the damage they could do to the people around them may be even more terrible than any hostile alien race. In time, those who made it all the way to the rank of God pilot would no longer be admired as living deities in human form. The darkest among this top group would become known as tyrants. No, maybe it would be even worse. Maybe people might even come to regard them as devil pilots. Vess grew a lot more nervous after he made this realization. If it became known that he had enabled the rise of the most terrible butchers and warlords of the Mech community, then it would be difficult for him to escape responsibility for their many crimes. He began to look distressed. Is there a way to solve the problem of popularizing the transcendence glow? That is what we must work on, Master Dervidian stoically replied. There are no convenient solutions available. We believe that your transcendence glow must be paired with another solution that is just as revolutionary in order to limit the negative consequences. For example, an obvious remedy would be to develop a measure that can restrain or remove the negative traits of Mech pilots. If these warriors can be healed, cleansed, or guided to the right directions, then they will no longer pose such a great threat to society anymore. In fact, their chances of advancing without relying on your transcendence glow will rise dramatically. In other words, this was probably the solution that the transhumanist faction and other groups truly wanted to attain. Vess thought about how such a feat could be accomplished. What you're talking about can't be done through normal means. Mech pilots must be strong-willed in order to break their limits, so they are the hardest people to change their minds. Those that become more susceptible to outside persuasion are exactly the kind of people who aren't capable of breaking through. We are aware of this dynamic, Mr. Larkinson. This is why we are seeking a more radical method of changing Mech pilots. If we can alter their very personality and character on a deep and extensive level, We can purify them so that they become better versions of themselves. We have conducted more research on this topic than you can ever imagine, but I am not afraid to say that most of our experiments have yielded no usable results. A shudder ran through Vest's body. He could easily imagine a lot of taboo experiments revolving around operating directly on human brains or using external tools such as cranial implants or tampered mechs to alter their cognition in crude and damaging ways. I see. We won't be able to make much progress then, Vest said in a grim tone. Master Dervidian clasped his fingers. Human society is not as strong as it looks on the surface. It is surprisingly fragile. Any major change to the status quo can lead us to a darker future. That is the opposite of what we wish to accomplish by pursuing our ideals. If human transcendence leads to decline, degeneration, and bloodshed, then it is better for us to remain weak and mortal. The age of conquest has taught us that the vast majority of humans are too unworthy to bear greater power. That is why they only deserve to be treated as space peasants. Only true galactic citizens are fit for greatness. Chapter 43, 73, Developing New Luminar Crystal Weapons. One of the reasons why Vest valued the Dullahan project so much was because he saw it as an opportunity to increase the potential or upper limit of the growth of living mechs. What was even more important was that a method that worked on living mechs might also work on mech pilots. After all, the two ultimately became one at the end of their progression. The implications of succeeding with the Dullahan project therefore ranged far beyond giving venerable Janzi back a version of her old shield of Samur. It had the potential to upend the entire mech community and introduce a brand new age where heroes emerged among mech pilots in far greater numbers. Of course, Vest did not dare to commit too much to this incredible ambition. He could only treat it as a hopeful dream that he should aspire towards. What was interesting about his past discussion with Master Dervidian was that the man left Vest with one important remark. The reason why we pay so much attention to the qualities and the mentality of mech pilots is because they play a crucial role in determining whether ace pilots are able to survive the transition to becoming god pilots. The accomplished master mech designer revealed to Vest. At the end of this dangerous journey, an ace pilot must give up his remaining humanity and everything that holds him back. Can you imagine how much is lost in this final process? If the pilot loses too much of himself at once, he will not retain much strength to survive the transition. This is the primary reason why so few of them have survived this difficult test. Vest gained a much deeper understanding of the difficulties that mech pilots had to endure in their attempt to become the top powerhouses of humanity. They had to meet extremely high requirements at every major junction. Any serious flaw or imperfection was enough to disqualify them from moving further. More and more mech pilots fell off at every pass until only a scant few exceptional individuals succeeded at the end. This was an incomparably brutal gauntlet, and one that was way too harsh for too many mech pilots. Vest developed the drive and ambition to figure out a way to help mech pilots pass these difficult tests, so that more of them would be able to gain the strength that they deserved. Of course, that was easier said than done. The MTA researched this topic for centuries, but never made any serious progress as far as Vest was aware of. There should have been a lot more god pilots than the 100 or so that were known today if the Mechers managed to come up with a viable solution. Vest therefore did not think too much about this matter and went back to pursuing his own projects. He thought he would have to become a master first before he had an opportunity to come up with an innovation that could change the status quo in a more desirable fashion. It was a completely welcome surprise that the Dullahan project might give him an early preview of what he needed to do in order to make transcendence accessible to many more people. Compared to the great significance of the Dullahan project, it looked as if the other 3 expert mech design projects were not that important. Vest didn't see it that way. The Dullahan project promised profound changes and a possible power-up, but it would probably take a lot of time to realize the benefits. What the Larkinson clan needed in the short and medium term was greater combat strength. Vess couldn't afford to wait decades or centuries needed to allow his grand plans to come to fruition. He needed powerful mechs that possessed clear advantages on the battlefield. Each of the 3 remaining expert mech design projects possessed special advantages that gave them an edge against enemies. For example, the Ghost project might become one of the few successful implementations of a melee stealth mech that could become a powerful champion killer in battle. The Green Axe project was another opportunity for Gloriana to incorporate the lessons she learned from the evolution of the Mars from a classical living mech to a post-living mech. The Bloodripper project allowed Vess to apply his own lessons to the creation of a new classical living mech from scratch. In short, each of these projects possessed great significance to Vess. Even the Green Axe project, where Gloriana would leave the biggest stamp on the upcoming expert mech, would provide with a lot of data related to his field of expertise. Vess smiled as he finally concluded the long but fruitful conference meeting. He expected to make massive gains by the end of this final design round. "We are in a special time," Vess spoke at the end. "Each of us have made a lot of gains from witnessing a major battle up close. Our works have all been tested under punishing conditions, while the works of our enemies have taught us many lessons. This is the point where we must apply our gains to our new design projects and advance the quality, capabilities, and performance of our mechs. I will be severely disappointed in you if your mech designs in the following year are hardly better than the mechs that you have designed in the past." This was both a request and a warning to his subordinates. The reason why he was so eager to go on adventures and embark on the Trailblazer expedition was to gain more material to fuel the progression of his design philosophy. He wanted colleagues by his side who also benefit from these experiences. If there were dummies around him that could not gain any useful benefits from the Larkinson clan's activities, there was no reason for them to stay by his side. No one was immune to this rule. He was even willing to boot the people he cared about the most, like Gloriana and Cadiz, if they stopped becoming a productive force within the design department. Of course, this would never happen. The 2 women were just as passionate and driven as him. They were so invested in mechs that they would never stop trying to push their design philosophies to a greater height. As the meeting finally wrapped up, Vess and the others began to start their design work in earnest. While the expeditionary fleet continued its journey to the border region between Krakatoa and Zelmer, Vess was already starting to flesh out the initial drafts of numerous mechs such as the Eye Project and the Bloodripper Project. Both of them stood out from the many other current design projects because they were equipped with luminar crystal weapons. Of course, their weapons were bound to be radically different. Vess needed to design an affordable, but also powerful long-range luminar crystal rifle for the Eye Project. This was difficult because Vess needed to change his mindset from that of abundance to one centered around frugality. "It's not about designing the most powerful luminar crystal rifle, but the most cost-effective one," he muttered. He needed to find a good balance between power and cost. Although Vess believed that the greatest selling point of the Eye Project should be enough to turn it into an attractive product, he did not want its performance to be mediocre. The Bloodripper Project was much different. It needed to be equipped with a powerful luminar crystal submachine gun that was both light but powerful enough to threaten expert mechs. The challenges related to this weapon were different. Vess was in control of the design budget, and he could practically pour as much money as he wanted in the development of this weapon. The problem was that the weapon's mass and dimensions could not be too excessive. Making the gun too big and heavy would slow down the Bloodripper and make it easier for enemies to catch up with an expert mech that was supposed to be fast and elusive. Vess scratched his head. Neither of these weapons will be easy to design. Fortunately, he already built up a notable amount of accumulation in luminar crystal technology. He spent enough time on digesting the research conducted by the MTA and conducting numerous experiments himself to expand his repertoire and deepen his understanding of this alien tech. Though he still felt that he did not understand the essence of luminary crystal technology, the years he spent on working on it slowly allowed him to develop his own understanding of this tech. I don't know how the original Luminar race sees their own creations, but to me, they are all weapons that have the potential for greatness. The weapons that I have developed until now only utilize a fraction of the power of Luminar crystals. One of the secrets behind Luminar crystal technology was that it could interact with spirituality and spiritual energy. Vess hadn't been able to make much progress on this front because there were too many unknown and convoluted aspects about Luminar crystal technology, but he managed to come up with a few shallow tricks with the help of the illustrious one. If he applied those tricks to the 2 upcoming weapon designs and put additional effort into coming up with further design solutions, he might be able to enhance their firepower even further. Letter 1d6 ATEF, letter 1d633, E letter 1d452, letter 1d604, E letter 1d657, letter 1d62F, OV letter 1d41E, LC letter 1d664M. No matter what kind of special gimmicks these mechs are able to rely on, their technical performance must not fall behind. With that thought in mind, Vess started his work on the 2 ranged mech design projects by working on their weapons first. It was easiest for him to start with designing the standard weapon for the Eye project. He already visualized the weapon during the drafting phase. Instead of taking advantage of the ability to swap out multiple different attack phase crystals to change the damage output of this weapon, he intended to stick to laser beam output for this project and seek to maximize its performance. It should be possible to integrate the laser beam attack phase crystal to this weapon to such a degree that I can improve the performance of this combination by 10%. Designing rifles around laser beams, positron beams, light beams, and all kinds of other damage types introduced a lot of additional requirements that required Vess to make a lot of compromises in the weapon design. Vess no longer had to do that, as long as the new weapon design solely fired laser beams. He was quickly able to design the basic setup of a laser-oriented Luminar crystal rifle with considerable power. Since the Eye project was designed to be a marksman mech oriented towards extreme firepower like the Amaranto, it went without saying that Vess would equip the Eye project with a heavier version of the standard Luminar crystal rifle. However, according to the deal that he had made with the MTA, a heavy Luminar crystal rifle had to bear additional security measures to prevent them from being used by unauthorized users. This was a troublesome requirement that significantly reduced the convenience of commercial mechs that were equipped with this weapon. Vess had to spend many hours to implement the additional spiritual and technical security measures he developed years ago to the Eye project's primary weapon. This was a tedious chore, but he was already used to doing all of this extra work. His bigger concern was that he didn't think the weapon was powerful enough. Vess had a feeling that he could add more power to the weapon if he went out of his way to try out new ideas. How can I make it stronger while also keeping the cost under control? Vess frowned. Obvious solutions, such as using face water, was out of the question for this commercial project. Vess needed to rely on a more ingenious design solution in order to squeeze more power out of the same building blocks. What can I do? Chapter 43, 74 Litter Box. As Vess thought about how he could push his Luminar crystal weapons to the next level, he suddenly received a notification that immediately caused him to set aside his current ideas. He left the design lab and returned to his grand stateroom, where his children along with a couple of cats had already gathered. Meow, meows, meow. Are you finally ready, Lucky? Vess eagerly asked as he stepped close. Meow. His 3 children looked up at him in concern. Is Lucky okay, Papa? Aurelia asked as she held Clixie in her arms. Vess responded with a reassuring smile. You don't have to worry, my dear. His tummy ache will finally end after today. He's just about ready to use his litter box this time. He had waited a long time for Lucky to digest the huge amount of high-quality materials that the cat had unscrupulously devoured in Pima Prime. There were many times where Vess felt tempted to feed his cat a laxative in order to stop his agonizingly long wait, but he held himself back every time. Vess couldn't guarantee whether prematurely interrupting Lucky's digestion process would negatively affect the final quality and effects of the newly produced gems. In order to maximize the value of Lucky's output as much as possible, Vess had to give his cat enough time to process as much materials as possible. Of course, there was a significant risk that Lucky would end up appropriating all of the nutrition to upgrade his own body further, but Vess already formed an understanding with the gem cat in this regard. A gem cat existed to produce gems. How could Lucky possibly continue to function without fulfilling his primary purpose at all? There should be limits to how much he could keep everything he ate to himself. He needed to purge his waste products from his body eventually before they began to harm his body too much. It was already amazing that the gluttonous beast managed to postpone his bathroom visit for a long time. Mio mio. This time, it became clear that Lucky really couldn't hold it any longer. The cat didn't even think about absorbing any further nutrition. He just wanted to remove the source of the pressure inside his body as soon as possible so that he could finally gain relief from his lengthy pain. Vess sat down on the deck and began to wait for Lucky to get ready. In the meantime, he distracted himself by playing and cuddling with his children. Their giggling delighted his ears, and their happiness warmed his heart. Mew mew. Mao. Emro emro emro. Nyesa. Meow meow. The cats also started to play around with each other. Little Mana, Yeka, and Denny climbed up the bodies of the likes of Goldie and Blinky, or started to wrestle for dominance against each other. At one point, Vess happily explained what he loved about Mech's design. He lifted his hand and activated a projection that showed his iconic works. From the Bright Warrior to the Evertshanger, each of them possessed characteristics that no other Mech designer could imitate. Do you see this, Mech? His brown-haired kid eagerly nodded. Those are yours. Yup, they are mine. Each of them are attempts to bring my vision and my ideals to life. I have become so good at this that millions and millions of people are relying on my work every day. Whether it is enforcing the peace or beating up enemies, my Mech designs are changing many people's lives for the better. That is what every Mech designer aspires to do with their work. We either make a difference in society or we quit the profession and do something else in our lives. His youngest kid looked with wonder at the projections of his Mechs. Marvane did not pay too much attention to the strength or Mech type of the machines. To him, a humble Mech like the Desolate Soldier was just as impressive as an expert Mech like the Evertshanger. This was because they were all designed by his impressive father. Is it hard to design a Mech? Marvane curiously asked. It is difficult, Vess answered. While it is relatively easy to design a basic Mech if you have studied the right courses, it is incredibly difficult to design one that people want to pilot. Huh, Marvane looked confused. Vess grinned and picked up a toy Mech that the children had recently played with. The soft, plushy version of an orange dinosaur looked cute, but was lacking in details. It's like designing a toy that kids like you enjoy playing with, he said. For example, what sort of toy do I want to design? How large do I need to make it? What should be its colors? How should I design its shape? These are only a handful of the many questions that I need to answer in order to design a new Mech. Many of the problems that I need to deal with on a daily basis are a lot more technical than what you just heard. I need to use a lot of math and science in order to come up with answers that will allow Mechs that weigh multiple tons and consist of millions of different parts to work. Though Vess used a lot of complicated words that would have caused a normal child of Marvane's age to feel utterly lost, the boy only grew more enthused at what he heard. Perhaps he didn't understand all of the words, but he enjoyed the love and passion expressed by his father. Marvin reached out and grabbed the orange dinosaur for himself. I want to design a Mech too. Can you teach me, Papa? Vess chuckled in delight. Let's wait until you are 10 years older before you decide what you want to do in your life. I don't want you to choose too soon and regret your choice. Besides, learning how to design Mech requires a lot of learning. The classes that you have taken so far are nothing compared to the advanced sciences and theories that you need to cramp into your little brain. Will you still teach me when I am old enough? Of course I will, Vess happily replied. You're my son. I will help you find your own way or allow you to inherit my entire life's work depending on what you want. Don't tell your mother, but I will teach you tricks that I would never pass on to her. This is because she has different ideas about what makes a good Mech. Marvin looked confused. What makes Mama's Mech different from yours? That is a bit too complicated to explain, but I will keep it simple. My Mechs may be flawed, but they are great at working together. Your mother's Mechs, on the other hand, try to be as perfect as possible, but in my eyes, they are always a bit empty on the inside. Marvin looked back and forth between the projections of Mechs that were primarily designed by Gloriana and the ones designed by himself. I don't understand, the little kid said. Vess smiled and ruffled his baby boy's hair. You don't need to understand. You should be playing with your toys instead of worrying too much about Mechs. Wait until you are older and completed a few science classes before you think about this. If you have decided that you want to design Mechs in the future, you will need to make a choice who you want to learn from. You can either learn from me or your mother. I don't want to choose. I want Papa and Mama to teach me everything. That's not possible, Marvin, Vess gently answered. We can both teach general subjects to you, but once we start to impart our specialties to you, our lessons will conflict with each other. It is best if you learn from just one of us from beginning to end, so that you will learn exactly what you need to know to inherit one of our design philosophies. Of course, if you insist on developing your own specialization, you can do that as well. You can design any sort of Mech in the future, depending on what you learn. I suggest you think about this early. The sooner you figure out what sort of Mech you really want to design, the better we can tailor your studies to your dreams. Vess actually wanted his son to learn from him, but also pursue his own ideas. He knew that it would be a lot harder for Marvin to engage in his own original research and develop his own innovations if he became too accustomed to relying on other people's work. On the other hand, Vess really wanted his son to inherit his design philosophy and help him explore living Mechs from another angle. The more people working on living Mechs, the stronger and more varied they would become over time. As Vess continued to regale Marvin about the process of designing Mechs in simple terms, Lucky endured a particularly strong spike of pain. "Me. Make way. Lucky urgently needs to go to the bathroom." Vess gently set his son aside and stood up while picking up his first cat. The gem cat felt hot to the touch. It was as if Lucky had turned himself into a furnace in order to process all of the materials he had eaten into other forms. "Let's give you a bit of privacy, shall we?" "Me. Vess brought his pet to the nearest bathroom of his grand stateroom and closed the hatch to allow the mechanical cat to do his business. Several minutes went by as Vess waited next to the hatch. He could feel spikes of energy and other activity from the other side of the closed entrance. Almost 5 minutes passed until Lucky slowly phased through the hatch. "Me. The cat looked tired to his bones. His stomach no longer bulged, and his activity levels had dropped to the lowest point in many years. Lucky floated to a nearby couch and fell asleep as soon as he landed on a cushion. Vess no longer paid any attention to his gem cat. He unlocked the hatch as fast as possible before he entered the large and roomy bathroom. He had already set aside a special metal litter box that was exclusively reserved for Lucky. 3 large and shining gems glinted in the light. Though Vess did not detect any power from them, he already inferred that each of them were presumably a lot more powerful than the gems that Lucky had produced in the past. "Please don't be weak." Vess quickly approached the litter box and picked up the 3 gems in an instant. He eagerly inspected them with his system sight in order to ascertain their effects. The authority of a fallen sovereign is locked within this gem. Increases the control of all transphasic parts of a mech by 100%. The discipline and pursuit of swordsmanship is captured within this gem. Increases the speed of learning swordsmanship and related skills up to a limit by 200%. The dying wish of a powerful soul is contained within this gem. Increases the damage resistance of a mech up to 100% in proportion to the damage it has incurred. And what? His initial reaction to the gems was not delight, but rather uncertainty. Though the percentage boosts were impressively high this time, their effects were not as straightforward as Lucky's previous gems. Vess even had the feeling that Lucky had scammed him once again. It wasn't until he read the descriptions a second time that he realized that the strength imparted by these gems could be used to produce incredible results as long as he used them in strategic ways. However, that was not his only gain from today. The names and descriptions of the gems confirmed a theory that Vess had come up with after studying and making use of lucky gems for a long time. So it's true. The power of these gems are truly derived from the strength of the remnants of powerful spirits. Chapter 43, 75 Useful Gems. After waiting for multiple years, Vess finally obtained a new batch of gems. Was the delay worth it? That was questionable. The quantity of gems left a lot to be desired. The more gems he obtained, the greater his options. In addition, a larger reserve of gems allowed him to transform more high-quality mechs into masterwork mechs. However, it was clear that Lucky's latest 3 gems were different from the ones he made before. The most immediate factor that stood out was not their power, but rather their suspected origins. It did not escape his notice that their descriptions and effects were clearly related to a number of powerful individuals that he had recently encountered. The authority of a fallen sovereign is locked within this gem. Increases the control of all transphasic parts of a mech by 100%. This gem, no doubt, derived its power from the Phase King. He found that to be odd because when the Golden Skull Alliance fought against this powerful fish whale king, and his lackeys, Venerable Vincent beat up the ancient Exobast so hard that Vess was able to harvest the Phase King's spirituality in a fairly whole state. These days, the Phase King was doing pretty well for himself after Vess had converted his defeated opponent into a design spirit. How was Lucky able to produce this gem, then? Did the cat quietly sucked up the loose bits of spiritual energy that the Phase King had shed upon his death? Vess scratched his head in confusion. Whatever. It's not that important for me to understand what has happened. What I should actually be doing is figuring out how to best leverage this gem. The system site only provided him with a single sentence that explained how the gem would affect a mech under its influence. This was barely enough for Vess to figure out what it actually did to a machine. The Phase King was one of several powerful fish whales that the creator of the Purgatory Pocket Space had brought to life inside a biolab. Vess recalled after a bit of time. What is impressive about this batch of fish whale kings was that they lived on long after the disappearance of the Phase whale that created them. The Phase King and his brothers must have lived over 1,000,000 years. Eons had passed by while the Phase King, the Cerebral King, the Hive King and Fusion King divided purgatory among themselves and fought intermittent wars against each other. While each of these 4 kings likely didn't improve that much over time, they had each accumulated a scary amount of knowledge, experience, and skill after experiencing the passage of so many years. The King's Authority gem only captured a fraction of the Phase King's incredibly wisdom and understanding of face water manipulation, but that already encapsulated an immense degree of mastery. Even 1% of the Phase King's understanding of face water manipulation was enough to revolutionize the performance of a transphasic mech. Vess fully understood that the value of this gem was especially great in the early days of the introduction of face water technology. At this time, humanity's understanding and depth of face water technology was still shallow. Though many researchers were able to gain a head start by taking advantage of stolen alien knowledge and technology, they were still far from matching the ability of the likes of the phase whales. Even if the phase king was not a genuine phase whale, his incredibly long life allowed the once powerful creature to develop an extremely impressive intuitive understanding of face water and how to bend it to his will. Perhaps the phase king's long-term isolation and lack of exposure to how face water was being utilized in the Red Ocean meant that the fish whale king did not develop any advanced techniques. But Vess had no doubt that the sovereign mastered the more basic applications to an extremely powerful extent. That was what made the gem so valuable to Vess. Humanity's familiarity and exploitation of face water technology was still at the level of a child in the eyes of the most powerful native aliens of the Red Ocean. With this gem, I can effectively turn a human Mech pilot into a fish whale when it comes to understanding and utilizing face water technology. The more transphasic systems the Mech possesses, the more value this gem will generate. As such, the best Mech that this gem should be used on was a machine that was infused with as much face water as possible. The Mars was the most obvious candidate for this gem. It was the most powerful Mech in the Golden Skull Alliance, and with cutting-edge transphasic products such as the Abbasis armor and the Arceus system, it was loaded with enough face water to fund the acquisition of an entire fleet. However, Vess already gave the Mars a gem, which didn't appear to be playing a major role these days now that Patriarch Reginald's overbearing willpower baptism had overridden its effects. Since Lucky's gems appeared to work in an identical fashion to willpower baptism, Vess had learned that it was largely a waste to employ them in ace mechs or more powerful machines. I should put my gems to use in weaker mechs that will remain useful for a long time, Vess concluded. The best way to utilize the King's Authority gem was to employ it into a fairly powerful mech that integrated a lot of face water. It would be best if it was a high-tier expert mech of the same caliber as the initial version of the Mars. However, the Larkinson clan had yet to obtain any high-tier expert pilots. Those that were on track to reach this height in the coming decade or two already piloted powerful expert mechs that already benefited from their own gems. None of our new expert mechs are suitable either. Vess shook his head. He already had plans for the Dullahan project, while the Ghost project, the Green Axe project, and the Bloodripper project were all starter machines prepared for recently advanced expert pilots. He sighed. I guess this gem will be collecting a lot of dust. Vess carefully put the large and glowing blue gem away in his secret pouch. Meow. At this time, the innocent-looking tiger-striped gem, cat responsible for producing the gems, had dozed off on a pillow. Meow Tilda. Nayeta. Clixie and the golden cat both moved over and licked Lucky's cheeks before settling down next to his body. Though Lucky looked and acted like a cat most of the time, Vess started to comprehend how remarkable he was. From the mechanical creature's dimensional stomach to how he was able to capture remnants from powerful spirits, Vess couldn't imagine how much conventional engineering and spiritual engineering it took to create such an amazing sentient tool. He began to wonder more and more about the creator of this gem cat. Who created him? What purpose did Lucky serve? Why make him alive? Whatever the case, Vess was happy that Lucky ended up as his pet. The gem cat provided him with a lot of convenience and crucial assistance, whether it was on the battlefield or in the bathroom. He wouldn't have gotten here if not for Lucky. The gem cat's existence was also the reason that Vess imparted his children with their own little companion spirits. Though Mana, Yeka, and Denny did not possess material bodies and did not come close to matching the capabilities of Lucky, their potential was just as great if not greater. Vess bestowed these lovely little feline companion spirits to his kids in the hopes that their own versions of Lucky would provide them with just as much help and protection. Of course, the companion spirits still needed to grow up. Right now, even the oldest of them could do little more than act cute and perform a few minor spiritual tricks. He turned his attention back to the remaining 2 gems that his cat had just produced. The latest batch of gems were larger and more lustrous than the ones he obtained before. They even glowed in the light, which was an indication that whatever they contained was powerful enough to generate energy. The discipline and pursuit of swordsmanship is captured within this gem, increases the speed of learning swordsmanship and related skills up to a limit by 200%. The providence and the effect of this glowing silver gem left no ambiguity who it was derived from. Somehow, Lucky managed to catch enough of a fragment of Saint Jeremiah gauge to turn it into a source of power for this gem. A part of Vess was angry at Lucky's gem production system because it chose to express the power of an ace pilot in a different fashion from before. Unlike the gems that straightforwardly increased the defense or offensive power of a Mech by 20 to 40%, Jeremiah's inheritance provided no direct performance boost whatsoever. Vess would rather obtain a weaker gem that increased the cutting power of a bladed weapon held by a Mech by 100% or less. This way, a Mech like the Blade Chaser Mark Roman II or the upcoming Green Axe project would immediately become a lot more effective in battle. However, when Vess thought about how he could best exploit this gem, he realized that the value it could generate for the clan may be greater than his other gems. This is the most ideal gem for a training Mech. The more he looked at it, the more his eyes lit up. If he was able to cooperate with caddies to develop the ultimate training Mech oriented towards swordsmanship, then they would be able to give birth to the ultimate swordsmanship tutor. Each Mech pilot that interfaced with this new training Mech would essentially improve in a way that made it seem as if they were being tutored by Saint Jeremiah Gage himself. This is an excellent way to train a lot of swordsman Mech pilots, Vess realized. The Heaven Sworders would especially go mad for this kind of Mech. No matter what sword style the aspirants practiced, the wisdom and mastery of an ace pilot was so great that a Mech that incorporated Jeremiah's inheritance would always be able to help. Perhaps Vess could make another Mech in the style and function of the Quint, but solely dedicated to swordsmanship and swordsman Mech pilots. His eyes shone as he quickly came up with several ambitious plans for this gem. The only question was whether he could persuade Keddies to play along. He wasn't sure whether Keddies would be willing to make use of Jeremiah's inheritance. The woman possessed strong principles with regards to swordsmanship and swordsman Mechs. Who knew how she would think about exploiting a fragment of an honorable opponent? Still, even if Keddies refused to lend her services, Vess would never allow this precious gem to remain unused. I've already designed training Mechs like the Chiron and the War Squire. I can definitely develop a third one oriented towards swordsman Mechs, if necessary. Perhaps that might be an even better idea, because it would allow Vess to implement unusual ideas that might produce dramatically different results. There was nothing wrong with traditional swordsmanship, but it was hardly the only kind of swordsmanship in human space. The Mech community mostly utilized a more modern and data-driven approach towards swordsmanship that was rooted in the sciences. I'll see what Keddies has to say, Vess decided. A gem like Jeremiah's inheritance needed to be used as soon as possible. If Vess hadn't started up the latest design round a short time ago, he would have added a relevant project to the schedule. Well, I can wait until I've completed one of my active design projects before adding a new one that is tailored to this gem. Training Mechs were one of his favorite Mech types because of how deeply they were intertwined with the concept of growth. A gem that specifically accelerated learning was like a dream come true to a Mech designer like Vess. Chapter 43, 76 Warm and Cold Mechs. There were a lot of effective ways to make use of the previous 2 gems. Though their properties limited the range of Mechs that they could be utilized to an effective degree, Vess still had a lot of freedom and choice in the specific mechs he could choose to impart with additional effects. Vess did not have the impression that he possessed the same freedom of choice with the third gem. The dying wish of a powerful soul is contained within this gem. Increases the damage resistance of a mech up to 100% in proportion to the damage it has incurred. It was already obvious from the start that there was only one possible mech that was destined to bear the shield of sacrifice gem. I can't justify the decision to put it in any other mech than the Dullahan Project, he sighed. The Dullahan Project was not only Venerable Janzi's next machine, but was also a living mech that would either become a descendant or a continuation of the late Shield of Samur. No matter what, much of the spiritual foundation of the upcoming Expert Space Knight would be based on the Shield of Samur. Letter 1D453, Letter 1D45F, E Letter 1D486, Letter 1D638, Letter 1D486, Letter 1D657, Letter 1D48F, OV Letter 1D486, LC Letter 1D664, Letter 1D45A. If Vess added a gem that was undoubtedly related to the same living gem to the new Dullahan Project, then an unexpected event might take place. The uncertainty of what would happen if he combined these two elements did not make him feel apprehensive. Instead, he became excited at the idea. Every gem that he utilized before were derived from existences that Vess had never encountered in person. He suspected that many of them were powerful alien personalities that had died long before he was even born. This was different. It was a lovely coincidence that he had just started a design project that was centered around designing a direct successor of the Shield of Samur, while also obtaining a gem that shared the same origin. It would be unreasonable if the completed Dullahan project did not produce a special reaction once it integrated this gem. Vess happily put away the last gem. If nothing went wrong, he would probably be able to witness this event in a year or so. Even if it did not produce any dramatic results, the effect of the gem alone was quite powerful under the right circumstances. If I am interpreting its description correctly, then the more the mech incurs damage, the harder it is to destroy the remainder. This was a rather troublesome effect, because mechs like the old Shield of Samur performed at their best when they were in their most complete and undamaged state. Once an enemy pressed them to the point of breaching their armor, the damaged machines risked getting crippled or destroyed after every subsequent attack because their internals got exposed. What is the use of amplifying the defense of a mech by 30, 50, or even 80% if the Dullahan project is already full of holes? Vess wondered. Even if the Dullahan project received a lot of internal strengthening, there was only so much that these measures could stop a serious attack from affecting crucial mech parts that were essential to the functioning of a machine. Still, it is better than nothing, I suppose. If the Dullahan project is able to redirect incoming attacks from its exposed internals to its remaining armor plating, then that would vastly increase its longevity in battle. Vess suddenly thought back on the recent Maiden of Adversity that had become a popular mech model among the Hexers. Its iconic battle skirt system was an amazingly effective modular external armor system. It allowed the new hero mech model to always have access to additional armor plating that it could position where they were needed the most. There's no reason to leave this option off the table. Adapting a higher-end version of the battle skirt system to the Dullahan project added a lot of complexity and additional cost, but Vess thought it was worth the price. He already intended to make the Dullahan project lighter, slimmer, and more offense-oriented than the last iteration of the Shield of Samur. Adding the battle skirt system to the upcoming Expert Space Knight was a way to maximize the value of the new gem. This was because if the Dullahan project ended up in a difficult battle against a powerful enemy, it would constantly be able to take hits without succumbing entirely with the help of the battle skirt system. Even if the condition of the Dullahan project deteriorated to an awful level, as long as enough of the modular armor plating of the battle skirt system remained intact, Then the improved defense power of these movable plates would become increasingly more effective at blocking attacks. Of course, it was extremely unlikely that the Dullahan project would be able to remain operational when it was 70, 80, or 90% damaged. That was usually the point where a Mech turned into a powerless and lifeless wreck. This was why Vess felt a bit ambivalent towards the effect of the Shield of Sacrifice gem. That part about increasing the damage resistance of a Mech up to 100% was a bit of a bait, because there was no way the Dullahan project would ever come close to reaching the upper limit of this effect. If Vess had a choice, he would rather obtain another gem like the Lament of Exod that increased the defenses of a Mech against physical damage by 50%. In fact, Vess originally reserved the Lament of Exod gem for the Dullahan project shortly after he came up with the design project. But that was no longer the case now that he obtained the Shield of Sacrifice gem. Oh well, at least I can save up the Lament of Exod gem for another defensive Mech. It was about time for the Larkinson clan to add another powerful defensive Mech to its lineup. Venerable Janzi shouldn't be shouldering the burden of defending against powerful attacks alone. Maybe Vess should pay more attention to the training and guidance of defense-oriented expert candidates. Now that the expeditionary fleet was heading into dangerous regions, the demand for additional defensive assets would only grow higher. I'll think about this later. After he was done with analyzing the properties and possible uses for his new gems, he went back to working on his Mech design projects, as there were no ways to make use of his new gains right away. Lucky soon recovered from his weeks-long ordeal and became healthy again. The cat seemed to have gained a new appreciation towards life and began to play and wander around a lot more in the following days. He had especially taken a liking to playing with Andrast. The energetic little girl regularly accompanied Lucky to one of the open parks aboard the Spirit of Bentheim in order to play various games. "Fetch, Lucky," Andrast called as she threw a small frisbee in the air. The device did not follow a simple trajectory, but began to make various loops and turns as its integrated antigrav module controlled its flight. Despite the frisbee's crazy maneuvering, Lucky accurately predicted its trajectory and flew at just the right spot to catch and bite the object between its teeth. Meow. Lucky arrogantly flipped his tail when he returned his prize back to Andrast, this time with a couple of extra tooth marks onto the composite surface. Andrast merely giggled at the sight before she threw the frisbee out once again. Meanwhile, Marvane began to spend more time with Vess in the design lab. Though Vess needed to devote a lot of time to his design work, he was willing to spend half an hour on shaping his boy's views towards Mech. It was never too soon to indoctrinate his own child. "Aren't Mech like these fun?" Vess grinned as he placed a few Mech figurines of his models on a table. "Pick one of them up if you want." Marvane lifted one of them up with a bit of difficulty. The metal figurine was a bit large and heavy for a boy of his age. "Oh," he said as he took a closer look at a reasonably accurate scale model of the bright warrior mark Roman II. "So warm, feels like Goldie." "That's right," Vess smiled. "Now take this other Mech. Is this one just as good?" He picked up a Mech figurine that he had bought in Davut a few years ago. Its design and appearance was exquisite, but Marvane did not pay much attention to these elements. He frowned and began to hug the Mech figurine of the bright warrior mark Roman II in his arms. "Not good, it's too cold." "That's because this Mech isn't alive," Vess explained as he shook the third-party Mech figurine. "This is what makes my work different from everyone else's. My Mechs are warm while the Mechs designed by others are cold. You like the Mechs that feel warm and fuzzy to you, right?" Marvane eagerly nodded. "Warm Mechs feel so nice to me. I don't want to play with colder Mechs." Vess reached out and rubbed Marvane's head. "I don't want you to play with cold Mechs either. They're no fun to me and you. The reason why my Mechs feel warm to you is because they are alive. Do you know what that means?" "It means I can talk to them, right?" Marvane tentatively replied. You can do much more with them, my son, Vess replied, and held another living Mech figurine in his hands. Mechs like these are similar to pets like Lucky and Clixie. They're alive even if they don't look like it at first. However, each of them have the potential to become your friends and companions in the future. Doesn't that sound nice, Marvane? As long as you inherit my design philosophy in the future, you can make as many friends as you want. It will be a lot more fun than if you learn from your mother instead. Marvane's eyes lit up at the mention of friends, but they quickly became confused when Vess mentioned his wife. Why not learn from Mama? Vess lifted up the third-party Mech figurine again. Because her Mechs are almost as cold and lifeless as this machine. Her works are still strong, but what is the point of making them when they are just as cold and unresponsive as simple dolls? The best toys are always the ones that are able to interact with you. The same goes for Mechs. Let me show you one of the projects that I am working on and tell you how I plan to make it alive. It is a lot easier than it looks. Maybe you can do this as well one day. He lifted his son onto his lap and began to work on a couple of ongoing projects. Marvane curiously watched and listened as his father explained a few simple actions. Though it was impossible for a child of his age to understand anything about actual Mech design, the boy enjoyed all of the personal attention that he was receiving. Vess tried his best to plant a seed into Marvane's mind that tied living Mechs to all kinds of positive associations. Living Mechs were warm. Living Mechs were fun. Non-living Mechs were cold. Non-living Mechs were boring. Perhaps he was going too far in his effort to encourage his son to inherit his design philosophy, but Vess genuinely believed that he was doing Marvane a huge favor. It would be an awful waste if Marvane opted to become a Mech designer, but ended up pursuing a relatively ordinary design philosophy in the future. So far, Marvane absorbed everything like a sponge. The kid's frighteningly effective designer baby genes had massively improved his learning abilities, which meant that he was even more susceptible to indoctrination than the average human child. Ordinary children forgot most of what they heard in less than a minute. Marvane could recall at least half of his father's words in the same amount of time. Chapter 43, 77 Viable Combinations. Though Vess allocated a bit of time on putting Marvane on the path of becoming his successor, he did not turn his attention away from his ongoing projects for long. After handing Marvane over to his nanny or his mother, Vess was able to work on his design projects without any unnecessary distractions. The Luminar crystal weapons of the Eye project and the Bloodripper project continued to occupy most of his attention. Even as he fleshed out their designs by forming their shapes and finding the right material composition for specific crystals, he still felt that the guns lacked a crucial element. Vess became increasingly more annoyed as this thought continued to take root in his mind. It was as if he was designing a Mech without making it alive. The Luminar crystal weapons that he would develop at the end would never feel complete to him because of missing a mysterious factor. Vess eventually became so unbalanced during the middle of a design session that he forcibly pushed himself away from his desk terminal so that he could pull himself away from the moment. I can't keep working like this. I need to resolve this issue now instead of later. If not, my work efficiency will continue to be impacted by my unease. The worst part about it was that he didn't even know why he was feeling this way. He never thought that his Luminar crystal weapons were weak or inadequate. Sure, he hadn't been able to draw out more potential from this amazing tech, but Vess had never been in a hurry to advance his utilization of Luminar crystals. His core specialty had always centered around living Mechs. His work on Luminar crystals was merely a sideshow to him. It wasn't particularly important for Vess to further his progress on understanding how they worked, because it had no direct impact on his design philosophy. This doesn't make any sense, he frowned. It was as if the unconscious part of his mind was trying to tell him that he was all wrong, and that advancing his understanding of Luminar crystals would be extremely helpful to his progression. Am I wrong about luminar crystal technology? Is it more related to my design philosophy than I thought? Vess normally placed a lot of importance on what his heart was telling him. As a passionate Mech designer, he often made decisions that didn't always make sense, but somehow worked out because he listened to his intuition. He suspected that this was yet another one of those moments. The problem is that this is too open-ended. Even if I accept the premise that I can do more with luminar crystals, what should I do next? It was a lot harder to identify a problem than fixing it. There were many different aspects about luminar crystal technology that Vess could try to improve, but his knowledge base was not deep or broad enough for him to push it any further. He had already spent a lot of time and effort into expanding what he could do with this tech in prior years. Now that he had plucked all of the low-hanging fruit, it became a lot more difficult to attain further progress. Maybe that was the case in the past, but I am in a different situation now. What if the key to achieving a breakthrough in this tech lies with the insights and lessons that I've learned from the recent battle? Vess thought back on the Battle of Pima Prime, but did not notice any obvious connections. While luminar crystal weapons played a major role in helping the Larkinson clan defeat the Mechs of the Sundered Phalanx, they did not do anything outside of his expectation. The only instance where a luminar crystal weapon achieved a shocking effect was when the Amaranto unleashed a superpowered beam attack onto the shock shell, just as Rebecca Andis broke through to ace pilot. Vess waved his hand and activated a projection that played back this memorable moment. How powerful! The Amaranto's instrument of vengeance rifle was already powerful enough to rival a high-tier expert Mech in damage output. Vess was able to amplify the damage of one of its shots by exploiting a strange connection between himself and his masterwork Mechs. While only he and Kedis possessed the power to directly amplify the combat power of one of their masterworks through this method, it was a powerful trump card that could turn the tide in a battle, just as it had accomplished in the last battle. Vess rubbed his smooth-shaven chin in thought. Is this what I should be looking into? He wondered. His intuition did not provide him with an answer, so he had no idea whether he was on the right track. He thought about it for a while and came up with a possible answer why this phenomenon might be of interest to him. It had to do with one of the meanings of a masterwork. A masterwork product is an extension of its creator, Vess reminded himself. In other words, it is already alive even if I'm not involved in its development. Could he use this connection to come up with a new theory and design solution that could make his luminar crystal weapons more alive? Perhaps doing so might allow Vess to unlock the greater potential of luminar crystals, but he wasn't sure whether this was true. He might end up wasting months of his time on fruitless research. He eventually shook his head. I'm sure I can gain something from studying this phenomenon, but I don't think I am ready to look into it yet. I need to gain a better grip of masterworks before I can figure out this stuff. Vess decided to look in a different direction and rewatched the footage of the battle from the beginning. It wasn't until the Minerva and the Blade Chaser Mark Roman II appeared into view that Vess suddenly remembered that he had recently made another notable luminar crystal weapon. How could I forget about the Grey Lotus? So many Mechs and people were involved in the previous battle that it was easy for Vess to overlook anything that wasn't as flashy. The Grey Lotus was definitely powerful, but it didn't play as big of a role as Vess initially hoped. Its effectiveness against other Mechs was relatively good, but nothing worth drooling about. The weapon displayed a lot more effectiveness when fired against other targets. No matter whether it was Mechs, space stations, or starships, when gray beams of death struck their exteriors, the people inside might already be dead even if there weren't any breaches. The reason why a strange and abnormal luminar crystal weapon like the Grey Lotus could exist was due to two reasons. The first reason was that it derived its death energy from the Black Lotus, and by extension Helena. Without a source of attributed spiritual energy that possessed a lot of lethality against certain targets, the Gray Lotus would have functioned like a normal, high-quality luminar crystal weapon. The second reason was that Vess was able to make the Gray Lotus output death energy by incorporating a rare material called Black Demon Steel to a unique luminar attack phase crystal. The fact that he had only obtained this material by coincidence from the system had discouraged him from trying to make more weapons like the Gray Lotus. This was because Vess saw no viable way to create another powerful attack phase crystal that could directly channel the lethal power of a design spirit. At least, not to the degree that would make a substantial difference in combat. However, what if this assumption was wrong? What if Vess could make use of this approach to make another amplified luminar crystal weapon? Though his intuition did not give Vess any clues, he became more and more certain that this may be the solution he was looking for in order to develop the next generation of luminar crystal weapons. Vess waved his hand and called up his design schematic for the Gray Lotus. He was quite proud of his work. He had made it for Helena as well as for his clan, and tried his best to make sure that it would be able to remain relevant for decades, if not centuries. The weapon wasn't actually all that complicated, though. It looked like any luminar crystal pistol if Vess disregarded the abnormal attack phase crystal. It was this single element that set the gun apart from his other works and granted it an undeniable connection to Helena. Vess pressed his finger onto this special crystal to center the projected view around it. He let his imagination run wild as he tried to explore different possibilities. I don't see any way to make another death-aspected luminar crystal weapon without a suitable material like Black Demon Steel, but who says I need to stick with Helena? Shouldn't I be able to apply the same approach to other combinations of materials and design spirits? The problem with that was that it was difficult for Vess to come up with any materials that were compatible or aligned with different spiritual entities. The reason why Helena's power played well with Black Demon Steel was because the latter already possessed a high compatibility with attributes related to death and darkness. If Vess wanted to push this idea forward, then he needed to spend time on discovering other viable combinations. Should I take a trip down to the vault and see if there are any useful combinations? That would take a lot of time. The clan recently expanded its strategic materials reserve by adding rare materials that the Larkinsons had plundered from Pima Prime. Vess would probably have to spend days or weeks on finding more matches. This didn't sound like a productive use of his time. Vess tried his best to figure out a good combination through logic and theory. After several minutes of aimless puzzling, he suddenly straightened his back as he happened to figure out a fantastic relationship. The Phase King. The design spirit's affinity to face water was undeniably great. The former fish whale king's life was literally tied to this substance when he was alive, and now that he had become a spiritual entity, his connection face water had not diminished in the slightest. Instances such as the moment where the Evertshanger channeled the Phase King in order to exert more control over the meat suit's transphasic abilities served as solid proof of this assertion. I should have thought about this upon the moment that I first came in touch with transphasic luminar crystal weapons. An MTA research team had managed to develop the first true transphasic luminar crystal weapons a few years ago. Vess only provided a minor amount of assistance to this research effort. This was why he accepted this new development without thinking too deeply on how it worked. Vess didn't understand face water technology to the extent where he could develop this solution by himself. In hindsight, he should have spent more time on this technological development. The MTA researchers were extremely proficient in materials science. The breakthrough in their research solely focused on the material aspect of transphasic luminar crystal weapons and never really delved into more esoteric variables. Vess was different. His background in spiritual engineering and his collection of design spirits gave him the potential to do more with this existing tech. I need to test this theory right away. It was not enough for Vess to come up with all of these ideas. He needed to prove that he was on the right track by creating a real transphasic weapon that possessed greater potential than the ones he developed in the past. He quickly designed a simple handheld luminar crystal pistol. He then gathered the necessary materials and used the lab equipment to fabricate the new weapon. What was notable was that Vess did not hesitate to use up a small drop of face water to synthesize a valuable transphasic attack phase crystal for this new experiment. Now let's see how much the Phase King can do with this gun. Chapter 43, 78 Children's. While Vess engaged in his research related to developing an enhanced version of luminar crystal weapons, his wife took on the burden of watching over their children. Gloriana smiled with satisfaction as her 3 children all sat down and sloppily used the projected interface to draw different images in the air with their fingers. Each of them have seen their parents designing mechs in a similar fashion for years now, so they developed a particular liking for expressing their creativity in this way. Of course, compared to the complicated professional design suites utilized by full-time mech designers, the 3 munchkins had to make do with a simplistic children's drawing program. This was more than enough for them to draw crude figures. The art, style, and aesthetics did not matter much to them as their imagination was already doing most of the work. Though Gloriana objectively found the drawings of her children to be ugly and a stain on her eyes, her overflowing love for her son and daughters allowed her to overcome her inherent disgust. None of her children had taken any formal art classes, so how could they know anything better? Even their designer baby genes offered little help in making them more proficient in drawing. They would have to be conceived with designer genes especially formulated to raise artists or artisans. Gloriana walked up behind Aurelia and kissed her proudest girl on her cheek. "What are you drawing, my dear?" "Can't you see, Mama? They're cats. Look, here is Clixie and here is Lucky. Don't they look cute?" "They certainly look cute," Gloriana lied as she tried her best to maintain a pleasant demeanor. Aside from the blotches of color, there was nothing in the drawing that looked anything close to a feline. Gloriana would have to be drunk if she could recognize a single cat from this mess of lines and colors. "Meow, Tilda." Clixie didn't seem to mind at all. The Rhubarthan Sentinel cat happily laid beside Aurelia as more and more cats began to fill up the projected drawing interface. Gloriana couldn't stand her perfect daughter continuing to make a mockery out of art, so she gently tutored her girl so that she would at least be able to make passable drawings next time. "Remember what I told you, okay? Start by getting good at outlining a single cat before you go any further. Clixie is by your side all the time, so you always have a readily available model by your side. If you are able to make a decent line drawing of her, I'll give you a present." "Really?" "Mama never lies, sweetie." The young mother showered her eldest daughter with kisses before she moved over to her other daughter. "Meow, Tilda." Lucky happened to keep the younger girl company. The mechanical cat had draped his body over her lap, which made for a comical sight. Fortunately, Lucky didn't weigh much more than an organic cat despite all of the advanced hardware in his body, and he possessed the ability to manipulate his own gravity, so Andrast hardly bore any pressure. Unlike Aurelia, who had opted to use all kinds of colors in an attempt to depict different cats, Andrast kept it simple and stuck to making sketches with simple black lines. Of course, Andrast was also younger and might not be proficient in manipulating the drawing interface, but Gloriana could already tell that her second daughter simply preferred it this way. Andrast showed greater talent in art than Aurelia. The mech she drew looked surprisingly good even if its proportions weren't accurate at all. The angle of view and the pose of what appeared to be a Valkyrie Redeemer looked like it was taken straight out of a snapshot of the mech in battle. "Do you like mechs, honey?" Gloriana asked. "Yup," the little girl chirped. "I want to pilot a mech just like this when I grow up. I will beat lots of bad guys with Auntie Helena when I am strong." Gloriana smiled with both pride and concern. She came closer and hugged her doll-like daughter from behind. "I'm so happy for you, but don't be in such a hurry, okay? Let us wait until you are 10 years old before we plan out your future. No matter if you become a Mech pilot or not, you will always be able to work with Mechs. This drawing of yours tells me that you might be able to follow in my footsteps. Doesn't that sound great, sweetheart? Andrast clearly didn't think so because she immediately shook her head. Designing Mechs is boring, Mama. I want to fight with them. I don't want to sit around all day. The two chatted a bit further before Gloriana kissed her second child on the cheek and approached her only son. Marvain's ability to draw sketches should have been the worst considering his young age. However, his specialized designer genes granted him a considerable advantage in this area. Even if he was still too young for his designer genes to exert their full potential, Marvain instinctively mastered crucial skills that would allow him to visualize Mechs to an impressive degree when he matured. Gloriana curiously studied what Marvain was working on at the moment. At first glance, her son had chosen the same subject as Andrast, making it look as if he was copying his sister. However, the image looked substantially different. Andrast had opted to make a line drawing of a Mech she loved. Her feelings for the Mech prompted her to make the Mech look as cool as possible. Accuracy and realism weren't big concerns to the energetic young lady. Marvain adopted a different approach towards his sketch. He already began to imitate the demeanor of his two parents and did his best to pretend as if he was a Mech designer. His sketch showed an attempt to depict a draft design with as much accuracy and fidelity towards realism as he could manage. Even if Marvain was far too young to master any real knowledge or skills, he appeared to be quite good at learning from his parents. How impressive! Gloriana genuinely spoke as Marvain did a surprisingly good job at reproducing a draft design for a boy of his age. Is this the Dullahan project that your father is working on, Marvain? Her son nodded but pouted at the same time. Yes, Mama, but I hate it. My Mech is not as good as that of Papa. Oh, dearie, you are still too young to be thinking about drafting a Mech at our level. Your sketch is completely fine. You already show a much better sense of proportions and angles than your sisters. Her son did not accept her praise at all. Instead, he sulked even deeper. It's all wrong. The mother grew concerned. What is wrong, Marvain? It's not warm. Huh, what do you mean by that? Gloriana looked puzzled. Marvain waved his hand at the projection, causing a lot of messy lines to appear due to his uncontrolled gesture. My Mech is cold. Papa said that cold Mechs are bad. Only the Mechs that can make me feel warm are good. Gloriana began to sense that something was horribly wrong. She lifted up her little boy in her lap and began to stroke his head. What has your father been teaching you lately? Can you tell me? Tell me what a warm Mech is supposed to be. Why do you want to sketch one so much? It didn't take long for Gloriana to obtain the answer from Marvain's enthused and partially incoherent babbling. Her expression soured more and more as Marvain professed his complete liking for supposedly warm Mechs. Though Gloriana had long been aware that her husband wanted to groom Marvain into his successor, that didn't necessarily mean she was willing to let one of her own children develop a warped perspective on what constituted a good Mech. Whatever nonsense that Vess had drilled in Marvain's mind was completely wrong. You shouldn't listen to your father all the time, she told him. He can be a dum-dum sometimes. Just because he likes to design living Mechs doesn't necessarily mean they are good. Marvain shook his head. You're wrong, Mama. Papa's Mechs are warm while everyone else's Mechs are cold. Whether a Mech is warm or cold doesn't determine how good it is, Gloriana sternly retorted. Let me give you an example. She waved her hand to set aside her son's drawing and summoned up projections that showed two different Mechs. One of them displayed a desolate soldier mark Roman II version B, which was a rather basic but popular budget model in the LMC's product catalog. Though the Mech was one of the cheapest products sold by the Larkinsons, it still stood out for its useful and desirable duty-based glow. This made it especially popular among second-line troops and garrison forces. The Mech pilots employed by these forces weren't the most elite or well-trained of the bunch, so the glow of the solemn guardian was able to make these soldiers a lot more diligent in doing their jobs. Floating next to the image of the desolate soldier was a snapshot of the Mars in battle. Compared to a commercial standard Mech design, the unique and domineering Ace Mech exuded a lot of more majesty and power. The desolate soldier looked like an inconspicuous blade of grass next to a blooming red rose. Not only did the Ace Mech radiate an immense amount of masculine power, the Ace Hybrid Mech also looked a lot more impressive when it was in the process of firing all of the integrated energy weapon modules of its Arceus system. "Which of these two mechs is better, Marvane?" Gloriana gently asked. "That one." Marvane immediately pointed towards the Mars. "Which of these two mechs is a warm mech?" "Ooh, this one." The boy pointed at the same mech again. "Wrong. That's not a warm mech according to the definition of your father. It's a cold mech, don't you see?" Her words threw her son in utter confusion. "I don't understand." "I know," Gloriana responded. "That's because your father has been lying to you. Warm mechs or living mechs can be useful, but they are not always the best mechs. Do you see these two mechs? The desolate soldier is a living mech designed by your father, while the Mars is a perfect vessel that is largely designed by myself. Did you know that the Mars started out as a warm mech upon the insistence of your father, but that it changed into a cold mech because its pilot liked it that way?" "Huh, isn't it nice to have a friend?" Gloriana shook her head. "Not everyone wants their mech to be a friend, my dear. You can't control a mech if it has ideas of its own. Warm mechs aren't always good, Marvane. A cold mech like the Mars is actually the strongest mech in our fleet, and there are good reasons why that is so. It used to be weaker back when it was a living mech, but now that it has gotten closer to perfection, it has become much stronger. Can you see these smooth lines? Can you feel the power in the metal? Can you pick up how well its proportions are set? Your mother is largely responsible for designing such a powerful mech." Though her son was obviously impressed by the sight of the Mars, he didn't understand anything that her mother was trying to press into his mind. "I'm confused, Mama." "That's okay, Marvane. I will tell you as much as you need to understand that perfect mechs are stronger than the sloppy mechs of your father. There is no reason to admire his work when they are completely uncontrollable once they become alive. While it may be nice to turn a mech into your friend, it is not necessary for you to build a relationship with a machine. There are already many family, friends, and pets around you. They are more than enough for you to play with for the rest of your life. Rather than make new friends with the mechs you want to design in the future, you should rather strive for developing stronger and more perfect mechs so that you can protect all of your pals." Oh. Chapter 43, 79 Blessed Weapons. As Gloriana was giving her son a much-needed corrective lesson, Vess just completed his initial test of a brand-new weapon concept. The plain-looking Luminar crystal pistol that he had made in a hurry still glowed with energy, as Vess had just discharged a series of laser beams at a practice target. The power of the laser beams was hardly impressive, but that wasn't important. What Vess actually paid attention to was whether the transphasic properties of the gun displayed higher-than-average performance due to the active intervention of the Phase King. The reason why he did not look happy was because the results did not appear to be any better than usual. "Is my theory wrong?" Vess began to doubt his work. "No, it's too soon to make any conclusions. I need to generate and gather more data." He went back to the lab machines and began to fabricate an identical transphasic Luminar crystal pistol. The difference was that Vess made sure not to make his living gun alive. The lifeless weapon did not possess any coherent spiritual foundation, nor displayed any connections to the Phase King. When Vess took this mundane pistol to the small firing range and opened fire on another practice target, he carefully studied the data collected by the advanced sensor systems. There are no meaningful differences. Vess furrowed his brows. Though the initial gun that he had made according to his latest theory showed slightly better power and penetration characteristics, The differences were so small that they could be attributed to other factors. Vess did not get the impression that making the first pistol alive made any difference to its hard performance. Trying to forge a more extensive connection between its attack, phase crystal, and the phase king seemed like a wasted effort. No, I'm still overlooking a couple of details. He picked up the first pistol and fired it a few times while observing it carefully. There was nothing technically wrong with the weapon, but when Vess tried to observe its spiritual activity, he did not sense any special spiritual activity. It remained almost completely dormant when Vess pulled the trigger. He frowned at this sight. This was not what he envisioned. I understand now. It's not enough to form a passive connection to the phase king and call it a day. The design spirit needs to put in actual effort to enhance the firepower of this gun. Vess called up the footage of the Blade Chaser Mark Roman II, making use of the Gray Lotus in battle. Though rewatching old footage was not as good as watching a battle as it happened, Vess tried his best to observe and infer the performance and workings of the relic Mech pistol. During the previous battle F letter 1D633 letter 1D626 letter 1D486 letter 1D66C letter 1D657 letter 1D62 FOV letter 1D41 ELC letter 1D664 letter 1D480. It became quite clear to him that Venerable Iman Ingvar and his expert Mech weren't the only ones who were powering the Gray Lotus. The weapon was able to output substantially powerful shots with the help of the energy supplied by the Blade Chaser Mark Roman II and the true resonance generated by Venerable Iman. But that was far from everything. The true reason why the Gray Lotus was able to output powerful death beams was because Helena played an active role in this engagement. Though Vess didn't know for certain how much help she provided during this battle, he could always call her up and request clarification for her in person. Helena. You called, little brother. Vess tried his best to hide his displeasure. He didn't like it when Helena browbeat him into accepting her status as the eldest sister in their family when she was only around half a decade old. He had lived at least 3 decades longer than Helena. He should be the big brother in this relationship. It was a pity that whenever Vess raised this issue in front of his spiritual sister, she immediately showed a part of the power and ferocity that came with being the daughter of death that harvested many souls in the Nyxian Gap. Helena was so much stronger than Vess in terms of absolute power and combat ability that she could rewrite any history by force. I need your help this time. Vess spoke and waved at the projection. Do you remember this battle? Helena smiled. I do. There were a lot of deaths back then. I remember that the wielder of that pistol managed to harvest a fair amount of soul with my power at the time. Can you explain to me what you did to facilitate the functioning of the Gray Lotus? Sure. It turned out that the Gray Lotus was so tied to Helena that it only operated at full power at the behest of Helena. If she did not do anything special, then the gun wouldn't have been able to fire any potent death beams no matter whether it contained any black demon steel or not. This was because the material served as a channel rather than a source of strength. The Gray Lotus was not so much a self-contained weapon, but rather a conduit with a strong connection to Helena and the Death Lotus. In other words, whenever Venerable Iman pulled the trigger, the Gray Lotus did not solely generate all of the destructive energies that it was able to spit out from its own structure. Instead, it siphoned a substantial amount of death energy from Helena through an invisible connection and mixed it up with other energies to generate a powerful energy beam. What was special was that this powerful attack ultimately imitated Helena's power to a large degree. This was what Vess was trying to accomplish. With his eldest sister answering every question he asked without any omissions, he fully understood why his initial experiment did not make much of a difference. I need to have a good talk with the Phase King and tell him to help in this matter, Vess concluded. Helena shook her head. You can do that once or twice, but it will start to become a problem if you do it many times. Explain. What do you mean by that, sister? Do you think that fueling the Gray Lotus is easy for me? That gun doesn't require that much energy from me, but it takes a lot of effort to complete the transfer. It's a troublesome process, and I don't like to do it too often. The main reason why I helped as much as I could in the last battle is because I want to do my part in protecting you and helping you win against your opponents. If the Gray Lotus is being used for target practice or to shoot down weak and worthless aliens, I would be much less inclined to provide any help. That caused Vess to frown. This was disappointing news. It meant that weapons as powerful as the Gray Lotus weren't as reliable as more conventional Luminar crystal rifles. The weapons equipped by the likes of the Rifle Warriors and Transcendent Punishers derived their power almost entirely from their designs and materials. These were all physical elements that could clearly be manipulated in order to determine the damage output of a Luminar crystal rifle. What Vess had accomplished with the Gray Lotus was to break past these limits by inserting an additional source of power that was not as tangible. The advantage of connecting a design spirit to the attack phase crystal of a Luminar crystal weapon was that its wielder was able to inflict more damage than normal. The disadvantage of doing this was that the Luminar crystal weapon was only powerful when the design spirit played along. There was also another factor that Vess had to take into account. How many weapons like the Gray Lotus can you support at the same time? Vess asked. It depends. Helena furrowed her brows. I really can't say. I have built up a lot of reserves so I can easily support hundreds of weapons like the Gray Lotus. However, it's impossible for me to sustain their consumption for long if they just keep squandering their energy. I will have to cut off my supply to the weapons that carry my blessing in order to preserve my strength. I understand. That is a bit of a disappointment. This meant that it was not viable to borrow spiritual energy from design spirits, such as Helena, on a massive scale. It appeared that Vess wouldn't be able to apply this new design solution to the Eye project. His new technique, which he decided to refer to as design spirit channeling, could only be applied to individual mechs that could most use an additional boost in firepower. Mechs armed with existing Luminar crystal rifles, such as the Amaranto, the Evertshanger, the Minerva, the Promethea, and so on, could all be upgraded on an individual basis with the help of his latest innovation. However, it was out of the question for Vess to spread this boon to the mass production mechs such as the Bright Warriors, the Valkyrie Redeemers, the Transcendent Punishers, or even the new nullifiers employed by the Battle Criers. Making too many blessed weapons would drain his design spirits and encourage them to stop cooperating with Vess and his clan. It was better for Vess to reserve this new design solution for a small number of exceptional mechs. The stronger the design spirits, the more blessings they could support. Can you give me advice on how to gain the cooperation of the other design spirits? I can do that, little brother. I can also speak to them on your behalf if you want to make any special arrangements with them. I think it is better if you let me manage your network of design spirits, seeing as I am one of them, Helena said. Vess wasn't so sure whether that was a good idea. Helena may be strong, but a few of his design spirits were difficult to work with. Gaia was a good example of a spiritual entity that had slipped out of his control. He was willing to give her a shot. Can you talk to the Phase King and tell the fish whale to extend his power to this test weapon? I need him to cooperate more actively with this experiment for me to prove the concept of design spirit channeling. His help is crucial to my effort to develop and introduce more weapons like the Gray Lotus in my clan. I will see what I can do, brother. Helena's manifestation winked out. Several minutes passed by before she returned. Her expression looked odd, which gave Vess the idea that not everything had gone right. Well, what did the Fish Whale King say? My talk with him did not entirely go according to plan, Helena reluctantly said. The Phase King is shrewd and human enough to know that he has leverage. He isn't willing to lend out his power for free when he knows he can demand concessions from you. He even drafted up an entire contract. Vess blinked and paused for a second. It soon dawned on him that he had been looking down on the Phase King way too much. Not only did the design spirit learn from humans for over 5 years, but his astounding age and accumulation meant that he was incomparably wise. He was hardly a mindless beast that knew how to do little else but fight and meet its basic needs. Vess sighed. "Give me the contract, let's see what the Phase King wants." Helena transferred over a spiritual document that contained the ancient fish whale king's demands. Surprisingly enough, they weren't as harsh or troublesome as he feared. The Phase King was mostly concerned with earning a higher share of spiritual feedback and serving as the design spirit for a greater quantity of mechs. The design spirit also wanted to enjoy a higher rank and status within the hierarchy of design spirits. More specifically, the Phase King wanted to rebuild a semblance of his old life by ruling over a bunch of weaker fish whale spirits. Crazy. Chapter 43, 80 Human Design Spirit Negotiations. Vess looked ugly as he processed the list of demands from the Phase King. A few of the requests weren't that troublesome. Vess already planned to design more transphasic mechs in the future, though most of them would probably be high-end machines, so the Phase King would not be able to connect to too many mech pilots. However, the quantity and quality of spiritual feedback from expert pilots was much better than millions of ordinary mech pilots, so the Phase King should have nothing to complain about. It was the other demands that unsettled Vess. It appeared that the Phase King not only understood contemporary human society, but also comprehended the status and positioning of the Larkinson clan. The Phase King was not a stupid alien beast that was kept in the dark for over 1,000,000 years. Though the Phase King had died during the Purgatory campaign, Vess had successfully preserved the powerful creature in spirit and finally brought him out to the wider cosmos. Perhaps the Phase King initially couldn't adjust to the drastically larger and more complicated reality around him, but enough time had passed for him to acclimate to modern times as well as his new state of life. In one sense, that was good because the Phase King appeared to be willing to become a productive member of society. Vess did not raise his design spirits just so that they could laze around and freeload off the spiritual feedback they received from the mechs under their supervision. However, changes also made the Phase King shrewder and more willing to leverage his power over Vess and the Larkinson clan. This made Vess feel as if he needed to be a lot more careful about how he handled this situation. Any deal he struck with the Phase King would not only affect his relationship with a single design spirit, but would also serve as a template of how he handled other powerful design spirits in the future. Aware of how much of a precedent that this round of negotiations might set, Vess did not immediately speak out, but instead forced himself to pause and think over the situation. The Phase King introduced a lot of headaches to Vess by making a number of weird and unusual demands. Vess did not want to indulge the Phase King or any of his design spirits too much. He wanted to make it clear that as their progenitor and the person responsible for providing new channels for spiritual feedback, he should always remain in charge. After figuring out how he should handle this issue, he turned back to Helena. "I can agree to a number of these demands, but the Phase King should not go too far. It is difficult for me to bring a bunch of little brothers to life just so that he can boss them around and pretend that he is a king again. The life that he has lived in the past is gone. He's not even a fish whale anymore, since he has detached himself from his biological roots." "Hey, I don't necessarily disagree with you, but the Phase King doesn't think this way," Helena replied. "I've talked with him for a while, and I have noticed that this demand is a lot more important to him than you think." "What do you mean by that, sister?" Helena crossed her arms. "You really don't know enough about us. Do you think that gods like us are content with sitting around in the dark while doing nothing else? We all have our own wants and needs. There's an entire plane where your so-called design spirits have started their own lives. No matter whether they are human like my mother or beasts like Kalanxo, they have all tried to find meaning in their lives." "What are you trying to say, Helena?" You can't treat us like employees who are willing to slave for you every hour of the day. We want to relax, have fun, and find fulfillment in our lives. We are a lot more human than you think we are. While most of us are able to find our own ways to occupy ourselves, the Phase King is different. He is too used to the idea that he is meant to rule over his lesser subjects. He has spent so much time at the top that he feels lost now that he is alone. I see. I didn't know that. I neglected to inquire about the status of my design spirits, Vess belatedly said. I'll go talk to him directly to figure out what he truly wants. He closed his eyes and made contact with the Phase King. He conducted a silent discussion, which confirmed what Helena had said. Letter 1D453R E, letter 1D604, E letter 1D5EF, letter 1D5FB, OV letter 1D486L, letter 1D624, letter 1D5FC, letter 1D45A. There was no way to lie when communicating directly from spirit to spirit. Vess could feel the desire of the Phase King in a clear and unambiguous fashion. The design spirit truly felt as if he was out of his element without any fish whales to rule over. As Vess negotiated with the Phase King about lending his power to blessed weapons, it became impossible to sway the design spirit from this crucial demand. A king without a kingdom did not have any meaning. Though Vess managed to negotiate away all of the other troublesome or excessive demands, the Phase King was adamant about becoming a king in truth again. It's impossible for me to give you hundreds of fish whales to boss around in your own private kingdom, Vess told the design spirit. It is a lot of trouble for me to create even one of them. Even if I agree to your demand, I don't have any fish whale spiritual remnants on hand, which means I can't bring any genuine fish whales back to life. I'll have to make new ones based on ingredients taken from your own spirituality. The need to rebuild a semblance of his own kingdom was so strong that the Phase King did not mind all of these complications. It didn't matter too much if the new fish whales weren't identical to the Facer fish whales that he reigned over in the past. This informed Vess that the Phase King wasn't necessarily asking to bring back the individual fish whales that accompanied him for most of his life. Instead, the Phase King just wanted to satisfy his own ego and feel as if he was in charge again. The remaining negotiations progressed a lot faster than before. In the end, the two signed a symbolic contract that allowed both sides to get what they wanted from each other more or less. Vess agreed to create a dozen brand new spiritual fish whales. There were no excessive requirements for these spiritual entities. None of them had to be as smart, talented, or powerful as actual design spirits. It also wasn't necessary to impart them with as much growth potential as the Phase King himself. With Helena serving as a witness to this groundbreaking agreement between a human and a design spirit, Vess had a sense that he had just made history. I think you have done the right thing, Vess. Helena impishly smiled as she fiddled with her black lotus. You're finally treating little old design spirits like us as equal partners rather than your subordinates. We are not like one of the many Larkinsons in your clan. We are all powerful and capable of helping you defeat powerful opponents with our strength. It is only fair to reward us for our contributions. Though Vess preferred to maintain greater authority over his design spirits, he knew that it wasn't wise to keep exploiting them over the long term. This was why he relented a bit and took a step back. By making the Phase King happy, he not only obtained the design spirit's gratitude and friendship, but would also be able to count on the powerful creature during times where his help was needed the most. It was the same as with other close design spirits like Kalanxo and the Superior Mother. Vess knew he could always count on their help because they were so intertwined with him and other Larkinsons. Well, let's get this over with so that I can resume my experiment. Though it was a bit tedious for Vess to create new spiritual products, the Phase King did not ask for much at the start. Vess first sent out Blinky to collect a dozen small spiritual fragments from the Phase King. He then processed the fragments before beginning to make brand new spiritual fish whales in quick succession. Naturally, he did not spend that much time and effort on fleshing them out or imbuing them with lots of abilities and such, but the process still took place without any issue. After all, the spiritual fragments taken from the Phase King already provided enough of a template to create new spiritual life forms that behaved almost identical to the fish whales that the Phase King reigned over in the past. Though there were still many differences and inadequacies, by the time Vess ended his exhausting run, a dozen new baby-like spiritual fish whales aimlessly floated around without a care for themselves or their environment. Here you go, Phase King. Take your damn subject so that you can set up your own spiritual kingdom or something. The powerful design spirit happily arrived to take his new subjects back to his own private territory in the imaginary realm. Vess took a brief rest before he finally resumed his original experiment. He held the experimental Luminar crystal pistol that he originally hoped to create a new and stronger class of weapons. Phase King, help me out here. Do whatever you can to amplify the power of this gun as much as possible. The design spirit answered by expanding his presence over the weapon and increasing his control over the face-water-infused attack phase crystal. The Phase King did not possess any understanding on how Luminar crystal weapons worked, but he was familiar with its most basic principles. The creature was only able to exert effective control over the attack phase crystal because that was the only part that Vess had augmented with face water. This crystal began to glow and accumulate more energy as the Phase King tried to find out how he could affect this specific part. The attack phase crystal responded well to his manipulations. As Vess sensed more and more power building up inside the experimental weapon, he suddenly realized that it might not be a good idea for him to hold such a dangerous object in his hand. He quickly summoned a bot that could hold the gun in his stead before backing away until he reached a safe distance. Show me what you've got. Just before the bot pulled the trigger, the silhouette of the Phase King briefly appeared over the gun. An animalistic ferocity radiated from the weapon as it finally fired a laser beam that not only drilled straight through the initial practice target, but also passed through two more identical dummies before striking the solid metal wall behind. The pistol wound down, while Vess quickly observed the results. The target dummies each displayed damage that corresponded with getting hit by a laser beam, but it was not as bad as it could have been. The transphasic laser beam had bypassed most of the obstacles in its way, so that it was able to preserve much of its energies before reaching the final target. The metal wall placed behind the dummies was meant to protect the rest of the workplace from incurring any damage. It was several meters thick and made of thick and dense alloy. As Vess employed a scanner to study how deep the laser beam had extended, it turned out that this simple weapon that wasn't particularly powerful managed to penetrate the wall by over 2 meters. That is more than enough to damage the internals of a typical Mech, Vess gasped. If the experimental weapon was able to penetrate so deep with an infantry-grade pistol, how much more would a Mech-grade Luminar crystal weapon be able to penetrate? Now this is a true blessed weapon,